Good morning, everybody. This is your old pal, Zenoyer the Destroyer at Woke Radio AM 666. We got a lot to go over today, as usual. Hey, how did my collar get all messed up, man? I gotta look my best. Oh, hey. All right, so let's go on into our Woke Radio station and we'll do our thing. All right, you guys, here we are. We're going to be playing music and doing like some speeches and all kinds of stuff like that. This is Woke Radio. Oh man, I'll tell you what, I've been kind of upset a little bit as usual because all the bullshit that's going on. I mean, you look at the dad blame headlines. Where did I put those headlines anyhow? Yeah, look at all the garbage that's going on. I mean, Russia launching more drones, missile barrages on Ukraine. It's a damn mess. It's like the whole world's gone nuts or something. Trump orders deployment of National Guard to war-ravaged. Come on, the guy, he makes shit up. He's like, oh yeah, I can like mentally will anything into existence just by thinking about it. Give me a break. Anyhow, hey there, little girl. Oh, my little baby Velma. She came in here to visit. Now watch out, don't you ever fuck with my damn controls. Get out of here. I might have to make them go. Make these dogs go if they get too close to my controls. Yeah, that's right. I'll just ignore her. She'll go back outside, I suppose. Oh, I love my dogs, but damn, sometimes they just kind of annoy me a little bit. Especially Velma. Velma has got a mind of her own. Let's see. All right, let's play this song right here. It's called Watch Your Mouth. I uploaded it to the distributor. It's not yet out in the stores yet or anything. Saints and Sinners, I got like this link now that whenever you click or whenever I put the link in a social media thing, it like puts all kinds of links where you can, it's like a banner, I suppose. You could go to different places, iTunes or Pandora or whatever. But anyway, we'll play this song here, Watch Your Mouth. It's kind of intense. I know it's early in the morning, but hey, let's light this shit up.
Snipers, gun made a terrible sound. toxic leftist. Blame the wrong people, wanting to test it. If you're dead, you can't speak. No reply. If you're dead, you can't speak. That's no lie. Politicians wield a single death like steel. Point to enemies, blame to make the deal. Slogans printed, passed out to the crowd. They hand the words to fools, oh so proud. The politicians' guns using death like a weapon. Point to their enemies with MAGA blessings. Now the goons have made up slogans. Pass them out freely to all the morons. Watch your mouth, or you'll pay. It's different now. Words like yesterday. Say a word that makes them frown. Your life in ruins as they bring you down. Flash to places you never knew. Erased from photographs. Locked away for something you said. Left to pray you don't end up dead. You should end up dead. They come with masks. They come in haste. They come with cloth to hide their face. Cowards in a gang. Their buddies blast you in the head. Then carry on fast. If you're dead, you can't speak. No reply. If you're dead, you can't speak. Make me cry. If you're dead, you can't speak. We lose truth. If you're dead, you can't speak. They tell the truth.
All right, there you go. That's what I think about that shit, man. Tell you what, the ICE, the Trump administration, no matter what they say, I would. If they told me that my hair was on fire and it was actually on fire, I still wouldn't believe them. That's the way I feel about it, man. These guys, they're horrible, horrible people, and they don't care about nobody except for themselves. Because Trump said that on day one, he was going to be a dictator for one day. This has been the longest one day I ever saw. He's still being like a damn dictator. I never saw anybody let power go to their head so badly. You don't freaking want power. You don't want anybody choosing to be your leader or your ruler or anything. They're supposed to be chosen. Like me, for instance. I don't want to be nobody's freaking leader. If everybody in the world chose me, well, then I'd have to do it. But otherwise, fuck it. You know, I don't want that responsibility. But Trump, oh, he just loves it. He just wants to soak up power because he's a fucking power monger, a money grubber. But anyway, let's play this wannabe dictator song, because this is what I think about that rat.
didn't want a military rule, even so. That proved he was a fool. Fools were nothing to his mind. He dreamed of power of a different kind. Grew up fast with a greedy heart. To be a dictator, he would do his part. In Atlantic City, a casino bar with some mob money and a greedy thought. Use it like a piggy bank. Thought he was in the know. When the bills come in, out the door he goes. Bills came due. Ooh, ooh. What you gonna do when they come for you? Run to daddy and beg for a bailout. Millions in chips, but there was no cash out. Casino empty. Their dreams went bust. Creditors lost all their trust. Couldn't pay, so he said, oopsie. When the casino went in bankruptcy. One day way up in his high tower, just right after another golden shower, he got an idea he could share. Him and Mrs. going down Golden Stair. Down a Golden Stair. He had to share. He wanted to be the press. Way over there. He got a team of lawyers and crooks. Started scheming to cook the books. There was one book they forgot to cook. It was the Epstein file from another crook. Now we're trying to prevent legal action by lying and cooking up distraction. The pig's on a spit, getting roasted slow. Apple in his mouth, putting on a show. Acting like a dick, looking bloody bitter. Goodbye, Friday, got to be a dictator.
How do you like that dictator song, man? That's what Trump is. He acts like a dick. And he looks like a tater. Because all those cheeseburgers, all those cheeseburgers he bought for that NFL team. I think it was an NFL team or it was an NBL. One or the other. He bought like a whole bunch of burgers. He was standing behind them. Like all those burgers out there. He thought he was the Burger King. Let's see, let me get my fingers over here. Oh, yeah, like that. So, I don't think everybody ate those burgers. But Trump probably saved them. He probably put them in the refrigerator and kept munching on them. But I doubt it took him very long to do that. Hey, you know what? Let's play this tune here called The Depths of... No. Let's play this one first. Republican Party Babylon the whore, and then we'll just keep on working on from there. Okay, let's do it.
You invoke his name like a holy relic. Act like you mean it. All idyllic. But your altar drips with the blood of the poor. Republican Party, Babylon the whore. Lincoln broke chains.
You forge them anew.
Lincoln wore the tyranny.
His work you undo.
You think you fool us?
You name drop Lincoln.
Now we know it's BS.
Your words are stinking.
Party of Lincoln.
Give me a break.
You turned your backs.
Now you're fakes.
Lincoln, my butt.
You're the party of Davis.
Sold your soul to Mammon.
Try to enslave us.
The party of lynch mobs.
A party of hate.
When they die, they walk through Hell's Gate. The party that starves children.
nation torn apart. Deep inside, you cared not even from the start. Fuck you, liars! You are not the party of Lincoln. Fuck you, liars! Everything you say is stinking. The party of lies. Party of cruelty. The party of cowardice. And we all see. The party of genocide at home and abroad. Your days are numbered. You're nothing but a fraud. Keep your slogans. Keep your flag. Your rotted myths. Don't wanna hear you brag. The truth burns hotter than your lies when the people wake. Your party dies. They call themselves the party of Lincoln. Hear this truth and let it sink in. Freedom was a side effect of the war, not the goal. Republican Babylon the whore. They waged a war to save the nation, not to raise the enslaved from subjugation. Emancipation. Yes. But the chessboard shifted. And promises less. Millions free. But just a side effect. Behind closed doors. No respect. Lincoln could keep the nation. Let slavery stay. Only party power mattered anyway. Lincoln broke chains. You forged anew. Lincoln won a tyranny. His wars to undo. You think you fool us? You name drop Lincoln. Now we know it's BS. Your words are stinking. I'm running, but not from the street. I'm running from the lies trying to catch me. They try to slip a part suit on my soul. You see, I'm awake, I'm seeing, I'm breaking free. Running, but not from the street. Running from the lies and the heat. They try to slip a part suit on my soul. I'm awake, climbing out of darkness hole. No chains, no masters, no shadows of control. Every step I take out of this hole, I run out of darkness. I run for truth. My word shall be known at the voting booth. Hey, we make a pretty good team. Over here. Don't let him catch you. Don't let him fool you. We see through it. Now, let's get together, talk, and have a beer.
Hey, you guys. What the fuck is that? What is it? Oh, I know what it is. I've been there before. I watched a laser show there. And I swear, I will never, ever go back there until I see it gone. I mean, for one, it sucks. I mean, it's like a slap in the face to all African American people. It stinks. Look at that. They talk about getting rid of monuments. There's the biggest monument of them all. If the Republican Party is so good about, or so up on being like, oh, we're the ones that freed the slaves. The Democratic Party back then, they wanted to keep slaves. Blah, blah, blah. Why are they defending all this bullshit? Right? I mean, seriously. That's a bunch of crap. What needs to be done with that thing is it needs to be round, flat, and make a giant movie screen out of it. And then they can play all kinds of movies on there about civil rights and equality and egalitarianism. Fuck all that shit. Slavery. Give me a break. Party of Lincoln. My God. That's what I think about that. I'm a little bit opinionated about that. Yeah, that's one thing I don't understand either. It's like over here where I live, there's a statue this, I guess, it's made out of bronze or something over at Fort Bayard. This buffalo soldier statue. And I've talked to indigenous people around here, and they don't really care for the idea of buffalo soldiers. They figured that these guys were sent here to wipe them out. The buffalo soldiers was here to wipe them out. Where I live, I can look out the window and see a hill where Geronimo used to sit with his band of brothers, and they keep watching all those buffalo soldiers going in and out to Fort Bayard and stuff. Why don't they take that eyesore down? The Buffalo Soldiers, they, like, a lot of them got out of slavery from being oppressed, and then what do? They joined up with the U.S. military and started oppressing the native population. They didn't know any better. The world was a much more primitive place back then. But we got to get rid of all those darn statues of Confederate soldiers and everything. It sucks. We don't need to be having anything like that. You know what clued me in about stuff like that? One time I picked up a fellow, I put a little bit of background music on. I just thought of this song or this thing that happened to me. Um, wait a minute. See, I totally ad lib. I tried to make it where I was like doing everything all scripted and junk, and it just turned to ad lib anyway. So I decided, screw it. I just ad lib all the time. Anyway. Yeah, one time I was a coordinator at a maintenance facility in Indianapolis, Indiana. We were like reworking aircrafts for a fleet. And anyway, I had to go to the airport and pick up a new worker and bring him in and get him all situated and stuff. Well, the guy, he happened to have been an African American person. So he got in my van and we started driving over to where he was going to stay at this motel. And after we talked for a little while, he said to me, "Yeah, I don't get you." And I said, "Well, what do you mean?" And he said, "Well, I thought you were prejudiced, but you don't seem like you're a bigot or a racist or anything." And "Well, I'm not." And he says, "Well, why do you have that Confederate bumper, that license tag on the front of your van, that Confederate stars and bars thing?" I said, "It was Southern pride. I was born and raised in the deep South, so this is just a symbol of Southern pride." And he explained to me how that hurts people, how he automatically felt fear in his heart when he seen that, because he thought he was getting in the van with a white supremacist, someone who might rather see him dead. That opened my eyes right then and there. No more. I took that goddamn thing off of there, threw it in the garbage. What do I? Yeah, I got pride in myself, not in a failed government, one that was defeated, a government of traitors, a government of enslavers. If me taking that thing off there is going to make one of my brothers feel even a little bit more better, I'll do it. Because it ain't nothing on to me at all. I don't have nothing to do with all that bullshit from way back in the past. That ain't me. This is a new world. I'm willing to do stuff like that to make people feel better. Flying all those flags and everything. God, Why do that? If you're going to church this morning, ask your pastor about it. Oh, hey, Reverend so-and-so, Reverend Goodfellow. I wonder what black fellows might think whenever they see the stars and bars. Do you think it puts fear into their hearts? Ask them, I dare you. Bunch of damn hypocrites. All right, that's that story. But, yeah, just drop all this prejudice bullcrap because it's primitive. It is as primitive as the day is long. We don't need it. It's stupid. I don't know how many ways I can say that because I just hate it. Anyway, we don't want any pity, so we're gonna play a song. We don't want any pity.
I didn't read about suffering.
Oh, wait a minute. I better turn it up a little bit because I turned it down for my blast ground music. But, yeah. All right, here we go. We don't want pity.
I didn't read about suffering in a book. I lived it.
Yeah.
Felt it in my bones, in my stomach, in the way people looked at me, like I didn't belong, like I didn't matter. I grew up in the shadow of the old South, where Jim Crow wasn't just a law, it was the air we breathed.
Yep.
But I kept breathing. I know what it's like to go without, to see your folks work themselves sick and still fall short, to choose between heat and food, to fix everything with nothing. And through it all, I saw the truth. This system doesn't care about us. It never did.
Never did.
But we keep it running. We're the gears. We're the fire. And now, I'm not waiting for permission. I'm not asking for reform.
Fuck no, I'm demanding.
I'm calling for reckoning, because I didn't survive all that just to watch another generation get ground down. I am Zenoyer, and I fight for those who were never meant to survive. We don't want pity. We want justice. Then we will not be ignored.
That's right, we aren't going to be ignored. Period. Shit's going to change, goddammit. I'm serious. We have power. Did you know that for every one common person like me, or I mean, excuse me, back it up, for every 1 billionaire, there are 444,000 common folks just like me and you. For every 1 billionaire household, there is 169,000 comic book households. So why in the hell are we letting these guys trample on us? I mean, we outnumber them. We outnumber them like crazy. We can take every one of their households and put 169,000 households all around them and start yelling and screaming and say, hey, look, goddammit, we're changing shit. We're getting a fair break. Now, I don't give a shit if somebody's rich or something like that, or wealthy, has got lots of money or whatever. I don't care. Fuck it. If that's what they want to do with their life, let them. But I don't want to see them trampling on the small guy in the process. You dig it? That's just it. All right, let's listen to, here, I haven't played this song in ages. It's called Squirrel Meat. It's to lighten up the mood a little bit here.
All right, all you guys, I'm gonna explain how to cook up a meso squirrel. You got really hungry for varmint meat. Hunger pains made you jump to your feet. You wanted meat that's really sweet. It's gotta be squirrel, cause it can't be beat. I like that squirrel meat, really do. Jam it in my mouth and chew, chew, chew. The flavor bursts through as I chew. Squirrel meat is the only one that'll do. Chew, 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 oh, the flavor's right. Squirrel meat, cooking every night. Ain't no deer, ain't no cow, just lard slicked hunting, and I'll show you how. Here's the plan to get my meat. I get naked, not discreet. Slather lard from head to feet. Grub around for worms to eat. The squirrels don't pay attention, they don't care. On the slathered lard, stuck with old hair. I start creeping in, crawling low. Still grubbing for worms, but they don't know. I'm coming for them, acting all crazy. Dumb old squirrels can be pretty lazy. I grabbed them, stabbed them, stick them to my back. Chew, 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 they don't suspect. I'm sticky, greasy, and direct. I stab them quick and slap them on my lard slick back. Now count them, son. I stick them to the lard I slathered before on my naked body as I walked out the door. I get 8 or 11, I never get 4. Squirrel meat so good, I want me some more. Now time to go back to the house. Only bad thing is my wife, the louse. She tries to get my squirrels every time. She can get her own squirrels, not mine. Time to skin them up and chop them up. Gotta add some butter by the cup, some onion and spices to your flavor. Squirrel meat is the one to savor. Fry them up in the old iron pan. Sizzle and stir, roll my floating hunger plan. I put them on a plate cause they done cooking. My wife is standing there, she keeps looking. Get away from my squirrels! Go get your own dad furnace! Yum yum! Love me some squirrel!
Squirrel meat for you. You like some squirrel meat? Man, we used to eat a lot of squirrel meat whenever I was growing up, because I grew up in the backwaters of North Florida, the Intercoastal Waterway, and on the beach and stuff. And we'd go hunting and get us some squirrels. Dad would. Then whenever I got big enough, I would taking my BB gun or my 22 out there and blam, get me some squirrel. Hey, let's play this other song here called, it's called Rogue President. It's like a song speech hybrid like deal.
Title: Responding to a Rogue President, the People's Last Line of Defense.
Yeah, this is important.
1. The scenario: a president above the law. A sitting president has openly defied a court order, using wartime powers to deport individuals in direct violation of judicial rulings. A federal judge has ruled against the administration, demanding that deported individuals be returned and that the illegal process cease immediately. Instead of complying, the president continues to act as if no ruling exists. The courts have lost their enforcement power, Congress hesitates to act, and federal law enforcement refuses to intervene. To escalate matters further, the president has now called for the judge's impeachment, labeling them a rogue judge. This is an outright attempt to undermine the judiciary and solidify unchecked executive power. The courts are now under direct political attack, making this not just a constitutional crisis, but a blatant power grab. This is the moment where constitutional government begins to crumble. A president who is above the law today may ignore elections, extend their rule, or suppress opposition tomorrow. If institutions fail to rein them in, the people themselves must act.
That's right.
2. The institutional response. Where are the checks? A. The judiciary. The courts are meant to be a check on executive power, but they rely on the executive branch to enforce their rulings. If the president refuses to comply, the judiciary is rendered powerless.
Mhm.
Now, with direct threats against the judiciary, the independence of the courts is under siege. B. Congress. The legislative branch holds impeachment power, but if it is unwilling or unable to act due to political paralysis, then the law breaking continues unchecked.
Mhm.
The Democratic Party, in particular, has faced criticism for its inaction and inability to counterbalance this crisis effectively. If party leadership lacks the will or courage to fight, then the people must step in and take up the slack. C. Law enforcement. If agencies such as the U.S. Marshals, FBI, or military leadership refuse to act, either out of loyalty or fear, then the government is no longer bound by law. It is bound only by force. At this stage, the institutions have failed. That leaves only one force capable of restoring constitutional order: the people.
The people.
3.
Us.
The power of the people. A peaceful insurrection.
Yeah.
If the government has abandoned the rule of law, mass mobilization must begin.
That's right.
The most effective and least destructive way to force compliance is through economic and social disruption. A. The general strike, withholding labor and consumption.
That's right.
Workers across industries stop working, bringing the economy to a halt.
A halt.
Consumers refuse to spend money,
Nothing.
shutting down commerce. Rent and debt strikes put financial pressure on landlords and banks. Local bartering networks allow survival without reliance on the corporate economy. B. Rolling protests, decentralized and unpredictable resistance. Protesters gather in high visibility locations, then disperse the moment law enforcement arrives. New protests emerge randomly, keeping authorities constantly reactive. Traffic disruptions and economic blockades add pressure to those enabling the rogue administration. Digital coordination using encrypted communication ensures secure planning and adaptability. Fake outs and misinformation confuse law enforcement, forcing them to chase phantom protests while real disruptions occur elsewhere.
Short pause.
C. Law enforcement fatigue and institutional collapse. Continuous economic and civic disruptions exhaust government resources. Businesses pressure the government to restore stability. Internal divisions grow within law enforcement, and the administration as public defiance spreads. The endgame, forcing a reckoning. The goal is not chaos for its own sake.
Right.
The objective is to restore the rule of law by making the country ungovernable
The people's
until the
rule.
rogue president is removed or forced to comply.
Right.
This is the power of the people. A government that does not serve them cannot function without them. If all else fails, history has shown that a government that loses legitimacy is ultimately overthrown. The people must be ready, organized, and committed to seeing it through. Because if they do nothing, the next step after defying court orders could be defying elections, suppressing dissent, and solidifying autocratic rule. The time to act is before the situation becomes irreversible. FAFO National Strike.
Yeah, fuck around, find out. National strike. So, there's a lot of folks out there that are going to be protesting. There's another protest coming up on the 18th, I think, for like the No Kings or something like that. I will be one of the people protesting out there. So, let's play another tune while I get set up for this next thing, which I consider it to be very, very important. But the next song is called Wealth Ain't Money. You dig it? Wealth is not money. All right.
They told us wealth was in the bank, locked up in a vault, tied to stocks, tied to gold. That's wrong, it's a fault. Ain't the dollars in my pocket, not the paper or the coin. It's the friends that lift me up, it's the love that keeps me going. I don't need no mansion, no diamonds, no throne. Got my brothers, got my sisters, I ain't walking it alone. They can't buy what we have, can't tax what we got. Real wealth is the people, that means a lot. Lean on me, I'll lean on you. That's the kind of power they can't undo. They sell us fear, but we know what's true. Wealth ain't money, it's love for me and you. I was taught asking help was shame, like I had to fight alone, play the power game. But that's a trick, it's a game on the mind. We all rise together or we all fall behind. I don't need no mansion, no diamonds, no throne. Got my brothers, got my sisters, I ain't walking it alone. They can't buy what we have, can't tax what we got. Real wealth is the people, that means a lot. Lean on me, I'll lean on you. That's the kind of power they can't undo. They sell us fear, but we know what's true. Wealth ain't money, it's love for me and you. It ain't the gold, it ain't the land. It's the touch of a brother's hand. It's the call when you're feeling low. It's the love that lets you know we ain't alone, we ain't afraid. We stand together, we won't fade. Through every storm, through every night. Real wealth is love, our guiding light. Lean on me, I'll lean on you. That's the kind of power they can't undo. They sell us fear, but we know what's true. Wealth ain't money, it's love for me and you. Yeah, we rise, yeah, we stand. Together we're stronger than any strong man. They can't own what they don't understand. Real wealth is the love that's shared in our land. Lean on me, I'll lean on you. That's the kind of power they can't undo. They sell us fear, but we know what's true. Wealth ain't money, it's love for me and you. Yeah, we rise, yeah, we stand. Together we're stronger than any strong man. They can't own what they don't understand. Real wealth is the love that's shared in our land.
There you go. All right, now we are going to talk about something that is like our demands. Oops. I want to have some nice ambient music going there. But I got these things that are like labeled or titled Parks Ambient 2, Parks Ambient 1. I need to like make more descriptive titles. This'll work. All right, yeah, this'll work all right. Okay, now then, if we're going to be protesting and stuff, we need to have some demands. And the Democratic Party and stuff, they got like some demands that they want, you know, like keep Medicaid funded and stuff like that, which are good demands, but they don't have all of the right demands. Let's see here. So this is my manifesto. I wrote it a while back, and I'm going to read it to you right now. And if you like it and stuff, share it with other people so that they can share it with other people too. And you can go to your politician and tell them, hey, look, you know, we're done. We're not playing. This is what we want. This is what we're going to have, period. Or else we'll shut down the damn economy. Boo. Boo, aren't you scared? Anyway, here we go. Core vision and values. Vision statement. We should work towards a society where dignity, opportunity, and justice are the foundation of every public policy, and where governance is rooted in transparency, equality, and a commitment to the common good. We believe in economic fairness, universal human rights, and the equal protection of our environment, as well as the empowerment of individuals in all their diversity. These guiding principles form the moral compass of our agenda and inspire every policy we seek to implement. Values guiding policy. 1. Justice and equality. Commitment. Justice should not be a privilege, but a guaranteed right for all, transcending race, gender, nationality, or economic status. Objective: to dismantle economic inequalities, uphold civil rights, and ensure equal access to social, political, and economic opportunities. 2. Environmental responsibility. Commitment. A sustained environment is essential for the prosperity of future generations. Objective: to implement policies that hold polluters accountable, ensure fair distribution of environmental benefits, and transition towards renewable resources. 3. Nonpartisan integrity and public empowerment. Commitment. Decision-making should serve the interests of the people rather than partisan agendas or corporate influence. Objective: to establish governance practices focused on transparency, public oversight, and response, leadership that values citizen input. Economic fairness. Number 4. Commitment. The economy should work for everyone, not just the wealthy, by providing fair wages, equitable working conditions, and paths to prosperity. Objective: to guarantee living wages. You know, this needs to be changed right now to thriving wages. I got that idea in my head and it ain't going away. To thriving wages, to guarantee thriving goddamn wages. We don't want no living wage, we want thriving wage. Enforce co-determination in workplaces and close the wealth gap through progressive economic policies. 5. Universal access to health care and education. Commitment. Quality health care and education are fundamental rights essential to personal and societal well-being. Objective. To establish comprehensive, accessible systems for health care and education that leave no one behind, empowering every individual to achieve their potential. 6. Community and social solidarity. Commitment. A nation's strength is derived from its communities and the support structures within them. Objective. To promote policies that build resilient, connected communities where resources are available for the welfare of every citizen. Social and economic justice. Overview. We should aim to create an economy where workers and their contributions are respected, where wealth is fairly distributed, where everyone can achieve a decent standard of living. True social and economic justice means addressing wage gaps, enforcing fair labor practices, promoting co-determination in corporate governance, and ensuring that all citizens have access to basic economic opportunities. 1. Labor rights and co-determination. Co-determination policies. Establish a framework for co-determination, empowering workers to have direct representation on corporate boards. This democratic approach to corporate governance fosters a fair distribution of profits and decision-making power. Worker protections. We should advocate for robust protections against unfair dismissal, disciplinary discriminatory practices, and workplace harassment. Pardon me, everybody. Okay, every worker deserves a safe, equitable environment that respects their rights and promotes productivity. Union empowerment. Reinforce the rights of workers to unionize, collectively bargain, and engage in peaceful protests. Union rights should be regarded as essential tools for securing fair treatment and wages, especially in industries prone to exploitation, like farm workers and stuff like that. Wage transparency. Encourage legislation that mandates wage transparency within companies, aiming to close pay gaps and promote fair compensation practices for all employees. Oh, what's so damn bad about that? Nothing, that's what. All right. 2. Establishing a livable wage, which is basically a thriving wage. Raising the minimum wage. Aim to increase the national minimum wage to at least $20 an hour. This number here, $20 an hour, as time goes by, just go on ahead and add the cost of living increase for every year that passes from now until we get this. Index to inflation, see, to keep pace with the cost of living. This ensures that full-time workers earn enough to afford basic necessities without requiring additional support, like SNAP. Tipped minimum wage reform. Eliminate sub-minimum wages for tipped workers by implementing a universal base wage for all industries, reducing economic vulnerability and exploitation in tipped professions. Universal basic income. Explore universal basic income programs to address future automation, providing a safety net that supports those impacted by technological shifts. The universal basic income trials should inform a nationwide program with flexible support based on regional living costs. 3. Tax equity and economic fairness. Wealth tax. Implement a progressive wealth tax targeting ultra-high net worth individuals to address wealth inequality. This will create a revenue stream to fund social programs and reduce the national deficit. Corporate accountability. Enforce tax regulations on large corporations to close loopholes and ensure they pay a fair share. Implement penalties for companies avoiding taxes through offshore accounts and require transparency in corporate tax filings. Fair taxation on investment. Tax capital gains and dividends at rates similar to income from labor, ensuring that the wealthy contribute proportionally to public funds. Social Security sustainability. Lift the Social Security income cap to ensure the program's longevity and increase benefits to meet or exceed the minimum wage. Social Security should serve as a robust safety net for seniors, disabled individuals, and the economically disadvantaged. All right. 4. Addressing housing inequality and affordable housing. National Affordable Housing Fund. Expand funding to create affordable housing units and rehabilitate existing units, targeting areas with acute housing shortages. This includes restoring public housing programs that have suffered funding cuts. Rent control initiatives. Support rent control measures and cap on annual rent increases to protect tenants and displacement and rent gout. Boy, this one. There's companies that are buying up loads of houses all over the place and apartments and stuff. They buy them all up and then they jack all the rents up. That stuff's got to be stopped. Home ownership programs. Facilitate first-time home buyer programs and down payment assistance to help low and middle-income families secure stable housing and invest in generational wealth. Yeah, it's uncle. Well, when I was growing up, my pop, my dad, my mom, everybody said, "Oh, don't spend any more than 25% of your income on housing." It ain't like that no more. That ain't the standard no more. People are spending 50% more for their housing, and it ain't cool. Homelessness prevention. Increase funding for homeless prevention, transitional housing programs, and mental health services. The objective is to reduce homelessness through rapid rehousing initiatives and support networks. Boy, let me tell you, I get going about this shit. 5. Combating poverty and economic disparities. Enhance welfare programs. Expand access to programs like Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, SNAP, and temporary assistance for needy families, TANF, with adjusted eligibility requirements to help families meet basic needs. Yeah. We don't want any more kids on the street homeless. Targeted job training. Invest in workforce deployment programs that offer job training and skill building opportunities for disadvantaged groups. Collaborate with industries facing labor shortages to create pathways to stable employment. Student debt forgiveness. Promotes student debt forgiveness policies to alleviate economic burden and stimulate economic mobility, especially for those in public service sectors. Financial literacy programs. Fund national financial literacy initiatives to empower citizens with essential skills in budgeting, saving, and investing. Equip future generations with the knowledge to navigate the economy collectively. You know, to me, this is so very important. I don't know how high schools are nowadays, but when I was in high school growing up, I didn't really get a lot of like financial instruction, you know, about stocks and bonds, and all that kind of stuff. My mom and dad, they were all into that. They grew up from a poor family too. My dad, he retired as a Master Chief gunner's mate, and Mom, she worked as a waitress all her life. And the way they did their bills was like, well, this is how much we have. These are our bills. Minus, 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 minus. Okay, now this is what we got left. That's about the, and you know, so this is what we're going to say. So that was about the maximum extent of their financial knowledge. And so they didn't really pass down much to me. So I had to figure it all out myself. You know, I didn't even know how to go about finding where it was at. You know, so the first thing you gotta do is ask a question. So this one thing is so very important. Well, it's part of education, right? Education. All right. Healthcare as a human right. Now, I got to change this too, because my opinion about this has changed over time. Healthcare is not a human right. Healthcare is a human obligation. It's an obligation we owe one another. If you saw somebody trip and fall, and bump their head right in front of you, would you not help them immediately? Would you not jump? That's healthcare. That is our automatic inborn instinct to help. Just because somebody is out of our sight doesn't mean we don't have this obligation, because we do. Be like the Samaritan, the Good Samaritan. Not like those people who profit on pain. Insurance, health insurance to me is one of the biggest evils that we have, because it profits on human suffering. It makes a premium on pain. But why do people go to the doctor in the first place? Because they feel pain. Pain will bring the biggest, strongest warrior to the knees. It's an obligation. All right, healthcare is a human obligation. Overview. We should strive for a healthcare system that is accessible, affordable, and universal. A well-functioning healthcare system treats healthcare as a human obligation, not a privilege. This includes a comprehensive single-payer healthcare plan, an emphasis on preventive care, and removing financial barriers to critical medical services. Single-payer healthcare system. Medicare for all. Implement a federally administered single-payer system that provides comprehensive health care for all citizens, covering preventive, emergency and long-term health or long-term care without copays or deductibles. What do people always complain about the most? Copays and deductibles. I mean, over just the basic cost of the insurance, those are the two other things they complain about. The system would replace employer-based insurance, providing continuous coverage regardless of employment status. And think about this too, all right, with the universal health care. On your auto insurance premium, is there not a section for like bodily injury and death and dismemberment and all that kind of stuff? That would be taken out. All that would be automatically covered already, so you don't need to double up on it. You wouldn't have to have like bodily injury on the other person or on yourself because you got universal. You got the obligation that we have. Dig it? We can have a new world if we really, really try. All right, universal coverage for prescriptions and essential services. Oh, by the way, speaking of prescriptions, Donald Trump just made a 100% tariff on name brand prescription drugs from foreign countries. I hope none of them are like ones that you cannot get from the United States and you depend on for your life. Extend coverage to include dental, vision, hearing, and mental health care. Prescription drug costs would be negotiated and regulated to ensure affordability. Funding mechanisms. Fund the system through a mix of payroll taxes, income-based premiums, and increased taxation on the highest income brackets, ensuring that the cost is distributed fairly and sustainably. And there's another funding mechanism that should be included into that, which is the nationalization of all national resources on or off the planet. Okay, mental health and substance abuse services, very important. We had that one fellow going and killing Charlie Kirk. I mean, something must have been wrong with his brain. I think something's wrong with Charlie Kirk's brain, but also with the shooter's brain. I mean, that kind of stuff don't need to be happening. I don't care. All right, I could go on about that, but we got to focus. 2, blah, blah, blah. Comprehensive mental health coverage. Ensure all health care plans include coverage for mental health services with no additional costs to the patient. Increase funding for mental health facilities, training programs, and counseling services. Addiction treatment and rehabilitation. Expand access to addiction treatment and harm reduction services, focusing on medically supervised treatment for opioid addiction and other substance use disorders. You know, disorders. It's not a crime. It's a personal problem. Preventive education and early intervention. Develop national educational programs in schools and communities to raise awareness and prevent substance abuse. Train educators, parents, and healthcare professionals to recognize early signs of addiction and mental health issues. And let's add something on here, please. Train legislators, because I saw a guy in the Indiana state legislature when they were thinking about having medicinal marijuana. He asked this question. He was an old guy. He asked this question: Will Narcan reduce the effects of a marijuana overdose? Come on, bro. Education. Yeah, it has nothing to do with it. I mean, apples and oranges over here. Let's see, our legislators, they need to be informed just as much. They are folks just like everybody else. They need to be empowered as well with true information. All right. Affordable medication and drug price control. Damn right. Price negotiation for Medicare. Empower Medicare to negotiate drug prices directly with pharmaceutical companies, leading to lower costs for patients. Cap prescription costs. Enact legislations to cap out-of-pocket prescription costs, protecting patients from exorbitant expenses that limit access to essential medication. Transparency in pharmaceutical pricing. Require pharmaceutical companies to disclose price. Ow! My leg. I get a cramp in my leg. Ow! Pricing justifications. To disclose pricing justifications, ensuring that prices are based on development costs and not profit margins. And you know what? All those rich slobs that think they're all better than everybody else and junk, but they want to still have private medical insurance and private doctors and private this and that with gold star whatever coverage. Nobody's saying they can't have that. We're just saying you can't lock everyone else out. I mean, you can have a freaking coverage where your doctor wears a tuxedo and everything's plated with gold, and you pay $1 million a month for it. I don't give a shit. Nobody else does either. But you ain't locking anybody else out to do it. Damn, I'm getting an attitude over here. I like to call it a good attitude. All right, long-term and elderly care, which, yeah, that was kind of important to me on account of I ain't getting any younger, as you can see. Anyway, accessible long-term care. Expand Medicaid to include long-term care services for elderly and disabled individuals, supporting in-home and community-based care to promote independence and well-being. Support for caregivers. Provide financial assistance and tax credits for family caregivers to offset the costs associated with long-term care. Elderly health initiatives. Fund programs focusing on geriatric health, preventative screenings, and chronic disease management to improve the quality of life for aging citizens. You know, this here financial assistance and tax credits for family caregivers. I learned firsthand about that kind of thing. My sister and I, we took care of Mom in hospice. She had stage 4 lung cancer, and she was dying. We took care of her all the way to the end, and man, it wasn't easy. I'd do it again. I'd do it 1,000,000 times again, because, you know, I love my mama. But hey, these people need some help. They need some support. They need emotional support and some financial support, because, man, it ain't easy. All right. Racial and environmental justice. Overview. We should address the intersection of racial and environmental justice to create an equitable society that protects marginalized communities from systemic oppression, economic inequity, and environmental harm. This means tackling racial biases within our institutions and reducing the disproportionate impact of environmental hazards on communities of color. 1. Fighting systemic racism and promoting equality. Some people on the right, they'll try to tell you there ain't no such thing. I'm here to tell you, yes, there is. All right. Ending racially discriminatory policing practices. Damn right. Establish national standards to prohibit racial profiling and the use of excessive force with independent oversight to hold law enforcement accountable. Equitable legal representation. Increase funding for public defenders and legal aid programs to provide equitable legal representation for all, regardless of income, with particular focus on communities disproportionately affected by the criminal justice system. Banning for-profit prisons. End all contracts with for-profit prisons, which create incentives to incarcerate rather than rehabilitate and prioritize restorative justice programs that offer support and opportunities to those re-entering society. That is so important because some of them are just thrown to the wolves. Yep. Okay, the bars are open. Go. Bye. See you later. Dig it? Addressing racial health disparities. Prioritize fundings for healthcare services in minority communities to reduce disparities in maternal mortality, chronic illness rates, and mental health services. And this is really important. Environmental justice and public health protections. Because there's places in the South where paper mills are that have runoff going into ditches that go through communities and give people cancer, and you can go there and see the tombstones in the graveyards and talk to the people. They'll tell you all about it. So, and it ain't rich folks being affected by that because the rich folks live over there where the pollution ain't. And the poor folk live over there where the pollution is. All right. Tackling environmental racism. Develop regulations that specifically address pollution, industrial waste, and harmful chemicals, often located near low-income and minority communities. Environmental protections must prioritize human health over corporate profits, period. Clean water and air initiatives. Increase funding for clean water infrastructure and air quality control in communities facing high pollution levels. Set enforceable national standards for air and water quality with dedicated resources for environmental restoration. Protection from hazardous facilities. Enforce strict zoning laws to prevent the placement of hazardous facilities in residential areas, especially neighborhoods with historical exposure to environmental pollution. This is starting to really become even more of an issue because people are putting Bitcoin mining operations in neighborhoods with the coolers and all that that make lots and lots of noise, decibel levels out the yin-yang. Families living next to them affected by it, the constant droning sound morning, noon, and night. There can't get anything done about it. It ain't right. Nobody should make a profit like that over everybody else's discomfort. Climate resilience for vulnerable communities. Allocate resources for climate adaptation projects in communities most at risk from natural disasters, with a focus on building resilient infrastructures such as storm-resistant housing, improved flood protection and emergency response system. Yeah, not like they had down in New Orleans. All right. Promoting sustainable economic opportunities. Green job training employment. That's like the opposite of what Trump wants. Investment in training opportunities for green jobs in renewable energy, clean technology, and environmental restoration, targeting economically disadvantaged areas. Green job, or I'm thinking about something here, I'm sorry. Green jobs can drive economic growth while advancing environmental goals. Sustainable union development, encourage urban redevelopment that includes green spaces, efficient public transit, and affordable housing in low-income areas to foster sustainable, healthy communities. Investing in renewable energy for low-income households. Increase federal and state support for renewable energy programs that provide solar panels, energy efficient appliances, and insulation to low income households, reducing utility costs and environmental impact. Now, what I was thinking about just now is sometimes when I'm reading things, like I'll start getting other thoughts in my mind at the same time, and I have to fight away those other thoughts while I'm reading so I can finish up my reading. Anyway, my other thought was on this here. Okay, now I'm just a low income guy on Social Security. And one time the state gave me some money to help pay for my gas bill. It was when the Russia first invaded Ukraine, and the price of gas went through the roof in the wintertime. My gas bill was like, woo, going way up, so the state helped me out. But think about it now. If we had federal subsidies to help poor folks get green energy, solar panels, and all that, they could heat their home and run their whole house on solar panels and stuff, or wind, and then the government wouldn't have to give them some subsidies. You dig it? So that's a saving. So maybe they don't want that to happen, because if the government's giving them safety, the fossil fuel industry is still getting money. Aha! Epiphany! Damn, man. That's why going over things more than once, maybe it helps out. Right now, though, let's take a little break, and I will be back in a few minutes, and then we'll continue on. I didn't mean for this to turn into this, but hey, there's thousands of Christian nationalist evangelical churches all across the nation. This morning, millions and millions of people are getting ready and going to those churches, and they're going to hear sermons about end times, and, I don't know, some weird ideology about Christianity, this Western style. All right, so we're countering that here, and we're countering it with logic and reason, and this is it. So I'll be back in a few minutes, and we will continue on, like maybe 5 to 10 minutes at the most. See ya in a minute. Okay, folks, let's continue on with our logic and reasoning over here. All right. Democratic reforms and citizen empowerment. Overview. We should strive to build a transparent, accountable, and inclusive democracy that amplifies the voices of all citizens, curbs corruption, and promotes fair representation. Reforming campaign finance, ensuring voter accessibility, and protecting civil liberties are essential to empowering every citizen. Campaign finance reform. End corporate influence in politics. Ban corporate contributions to political campaigns and implement caps on individual donations to ensure equitable influence across socioeconomic lines. Publicly funded elections. Establish a public funding option for federal elections to reduce candidates' reliance on wealthy donors and increase focus on serving the broader public. Transparent political spending. Require full disclosure of all political donations and expenditures, including those from super PACs, to allow voters to understand financial influences on candidates. Overturning Citizens United. Pursue a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United and restore the ability to limit corporate influence in politics. Protecting voting rights and expanding access. Automatic voter registration. Implement automatic voter registration nationwide to ensure that all eligible citizens are registered to vote without unnecessary barriers. Restoring voting rights. Restore voting rights to formerly incarcerated individuals who have served their sentences, enabling them to participate fully in the democratic process. End gerrymandering, which this is a big one right now because you know that rat Trump's trying to gerrymander his way to cheating and to being a dictator for 2026 or 8. Anyway, establish an independent, nonpartisan commission to draw fair congressional and state legislative district boundaries, eliminating partisan gerrymandering. Boy, I hate that word. I'm starting to hate it more and more every day. National voting standards. Develop consistent voting standards across all states, including early voting, vote by mail options, and extended polling hours to ensure equitable access. No more hodgepodge. Strengthen civil liberties and privacy. Protecting freedom of speech. Safeguard the right to peaceful protest and ensure protection against government surveillance of activities, journalists, and whistleblowers. Defending digital privacy. Pass comprehensive data privacy legislation that limits corporate and government surveillance with strict requirements for data protection and user content. Ending qualified immunity. Reform legal protections that shield law enforcement officers from accountability in cases of misconduct, ensuring accountability and rebuilding public trust. Now, we need that big because those ICE agents, they got a ton of that misconduct now, don't they? Damn right they do. They're going around misconducting themselves all over the place. Civil liberties education. Promote public education on civil liberties and individual rights to build a well-informed populace and prepared to advocate for democratic values. Yeah, prepared. We need a population who's educated. They remember what Trump said? He loves the uneducated. That's why he don't like me or anybody with Antifa. I love Antifa. I hate fucking fascists like Trump. Anyway, I digress. Healthcare, public education, and well-being. Overview. We should recognize healthcare as a fundamental obligation and ensure accessible, high quality, and preventive healthcare services for all citizens. Building on universal healthcare model, we should work to create a healthcare system that prioritizes patient outcomes, affordability, and preventive care. Universal healthcare coverage. Medicare for all systems. Transition to a Medicare for all system that eliminates deductibles, co-payments, and network restrictions, providing comprehensive coverage for all medical, dental, and mental health needs and vision. Cost control and drug pricing. Empower Medicare to negotiate drug prices directly with pharmaceutical companies, cap out-of-pocket prescription costs, and ensure that no patient goes without essential medications due to financial barriers, and eliminate all tariffs if there are any on any kind of prescription drugs that have been put in place by any administration. I'm going to have to add that in there because Trump did that. 100%. Mental health and substance abuse services. Fully integrate mental health and addiction services into Medicare for All with dedicated resources for addiction recovery programs and preventative mental health services. Public health and preventative care initiatives. Focus on preventive care, increase funding for preventative services such as screenings, vaccinations, don't listen to RFK or the president about none of that, and educational programs to reduce the prevalence of chronic diseases and lower long-term healthcare costs. Community health investment. Fund community health centers, particularly in rural and underserved areas, to improve access to essential healthcare services for all citizens. National emergency response preparedness. Strengthen public health infrastructure to ensure rapid response capabilities for pandemics, natural disasters, with a focus on coordinating state and local resources. Now, they've been cutting that stuff. They cut FEMA, they cut everything. Anyway, now, number 3, long-term care and support for aging population. Hopefully you'll get there to be one of the aging population like me. That ain't guaranteed. I'm not guaranteed to be here tomorrow, so just try to bank on it that you will be here. Live like you're going to be here. Don't mistreat anybody that's walked further down that road than you have, because you're going to be walking down that road too. All right, long-term care support for the aging population. Affordable long-term care options. Expand Medicare to cover long-term care services with additional support for family caregivers, ensuring that aging citizens receive dignified and respectful care. That word right there, that's very, very important. Remember I told you about a minute ago, I told you that my sister and I took care of Mama whenever she was passing away? And she was almost begging us to be nice to her. She was so nice to us. Everything she asked, she had needs, and she had to ask, would you do this for me, oh honey? I mean, but the way she did it was like she was almost like pleading with us. That word there. The way the medical system is, that takes dignity away from our old folks. They don't need to be pleading. Hell no. I'm glad to help. All right, Social Security expansion. Strengthen Social Security benefits to keep up with living costs, particularly for low-income seniors, ensuring financial security for aging citizens. Yeah. You know, insurance companies, they were coming after the house after Mom passed away. Yeah, they pay bills. They'll come after the fucking house. They'll do it. Geriatric health initiatives. Invest in programs targeting the unique health needs of the elderly, including chronic illness management, palliative care, and resources for navigating health benefits. Now that shit can get really complicated the way it is now. That should be simplified. All right, economic empowerment and worker rights. Now, this one here, everybody should be like screaming bloody murder about that, especially MAGA, because you were fucking lied to big time. Every last thing that Trump promised, he's gone back on it. And every last bit of it has been stomping on the toes of the worker, the common person. He thinks we're all a bunch of suckers. Okay, overview. We should promote a fair and resilient economy where all workers are empowered to secure a livable wage, access essential benefits, and participate in their workplaces. Ensuring economic justice requires addressing income inequality and guaranteeing labor rights and supporting a sustainable economy that benefits everyone. Right now, our economy is not sustainable. It's on the teetering, on the brink. It's teetering. It's on the knife edge. Achieving a thriving wage and wage equity. All right, see here. $20 minimum wage by 2025. We ain't there. We ain't there. The federal minimum wage is the same as what it was in 2009. So next year, whatever the inflation rate is, the cost of living, you need to add that on to $20. Advocate for a federal minimum wage of $20 per hour tied to inflation to ensure all workers can meet basic needs and reduce dependency on social assistance programs. Eliminating the tipped minimum wage. Phase out the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers, ensuring all employees receive fair compensation and wage stability. Wage parity for women and minority. Enforce pay equity laws to eliminate wage disparities based on gender, race, or ethnicity, requiring transparency and accountability from employers. Corporate accountability for wage violations. Strengthen enforcement mechanisms that penalize for companies that engage in wage theft, misclassification of workers, or other practices that underpay employees. Strengthen worker rights and workplace protections. Right to unionize. Reinforce the right to unionize across all sectors, including agricultural and domestic work, with stronger protections for employees facing intimidation or retaliation. Co-determination for worker empowerment. This is one of the most important things in here, because this is the first step to getting everything else. Actually, it's a second step. Implement co-determination policies that allow employees to have representation on corporate boards, giving them a voice in company decisions that affect their lives. Corporations hate this idea. They do not like it. They do not want it. Over in Germany and other places, they got co-determination. But do we have co-determination? No, because all of our employees are chopped liver. All of our workers are nothing. Well, I beg to differ. We need co-determination. Fair scheduling laws. Establish fair scheduling practices that allow employees to plan their lives outside of work, with guaranteed notice for shift changes and compensation for last-minute schedule changes. Oh, I hate those, the last-minute schedule changes. God dang it. Anyway, mandatory paid family and medical leave. Require employers to provide at least 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave, supporting families, individuals during critical life events and health issues, like a mama was passing away with stage 4 lung cancer. Take that to church with you if you go to church this morning. Let me make one thing plain and clear. I'm not against no regular old Christians, people that believe in the Sermon on the Mount and stuff like that, true words what Jesus preached. It's all those other hypocrites I'm against, all those evangelicals and shit. All right, carry on. Number 3, building a sustainable and inclusive economy. Let's include everybody. Small business support. Increase funding and resources for small business development with a focus on underrepresented entrepreneurs to foster job creation and local economic resilience. Public investment in green jobs. Invest in infrastructure projects and green industries, creating millions of jobs in clean energy, sustainable agriculture, and environmental conservation. Fair trade practices. Negotiate trade agreements that protect domestic jobs, raise global labor standards, and ensure environmental protections, rejecting policies that prioritize corporate profit over worker well-being. Workers are the backbone of the economy. You can't ignore worker well-being for a second. I don't care if they got a job or don't got a job, they're the backbone of the economy. Corporate accountability and wealth caps. Set caps on executive pay relative to median employee wages and limit corporate profiteering by instituting a wealth cap to curb excess accumulation that undermines economic equality. What do you think? I'm thinking about 10 billion. Would that be a good cap? Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, how much money do they got? They're going to tax it? 10 billion, 20 billion, 1 billion. The rest of it, anything over that amount, 100% tax. Then they can all brag about how much they contributed instead of how much they grabbed up. I don't know. That's up for debate. Education for all. Overview. Education for all, in my book, is just as important as healthcare for all. Overview. We should aim to create an educational system that promotes equal access, fosters critical thinking, and prepares individuals for lifelong learning. This vision calls for investment at every level of education, from early childhood through higher education, to provide students with the resources they need to succeed. Because if they succeed, our civilization succeeds. Investing in early childhood education. Universal pre-K. Provide free universal access to pre-kindergarten for all children, ensuring that every child has the foundation for academic success and social development. Increase federal funding for child care. Make high-quality child care affordable and accessible with expanded subsidies for low and middle-income families to offset costs. This is so important, because if all of our children are taken care of to the best of our ability, whenever they grow up and they become adult and take over the reins, they'll be good people and want to do good things. If they don't get a proper childhood, to grow up to be vindictive and maybe mean and harmful. So, you get out what you put in. Parental support programs. Create initiatives that support new parents with new resources on early childhood development, education, and access to early intervention services for children with disabilities. Revitalizing K-12 education. Equitable funding. Ensure all schools receive equitable funding, particularly those in underserved communities, by addressing disparities in property tax-based funding models. And you know what? This isn't something trying to eliminate some uppity schmuck school, Harvard or Yale or the college where everybody wears expensive suits to school. Yeah, we ain't trying to eliminate all that. We just don't want everybody else getting eliminated, right? Reducing class sizes. Invest in reducing class sizes to foster personalized attention, especially in early grades where foundational skills are developed. Civics and critical thinking curriculum. Well, that's a big one because people ain't got no critical thinking skills right now if they all voted for Trump 3 times. Expand curricula that prioritize critical thinking, media literacy, and civics education, preparing students to be informed and engaged citizens. Supporting educators. Raise teacher pay to reflect the value of their profession. Reduce reliance on standardized testing and provide professional development opportunities for continued growth. Now, I have a friend who is a teacher here in the school system around here, so I get input from him. So he tells me stuff. He was the union head over there for a while. Anyway, making higher education accessible and affordable. That's important. I mean, it's just as important as middle school or elementary school. 3, making it affordable. Tuition-free public colleges and trade schools. Eliminate tuition at public colleges, universities, and trade schools, allowing students from all backgrounds to access higher education without accruing massive debt. They can go in whatever they want. And if they want to be a carpenter, be a carpenter. If you want to be an astrophysicist, be a freaking astrophysicist. We all come out better in the end. You don't think about it too. All right? I digress a little bit here. I'm an old man. Say I'm walking through the mall. I'm looking at the scenes. I'm looking at the window shopping and stuff. And then all of a sudden, I got a heart attack. Oh my God, I'm falling down. And all the people around me, they're scratching their head. They don't know what to do. I mean, damn. Hey, anybody know CPR around here? No, man, never learned no CPR before. Did you, Clem Cadiddlehopper? Dig it? I think I'd rather have a bunch of educated people all around me if I was in the mall having a heart attack than a bunch of uneducated doofuses that don't know the butt from a hole in the ground, don't you think? I'd want people to be able to snap into action. Oh my God, he's having a heart attack. Help him. All right, I'll get in there. I know that. Yeah, we all know that. It might save your life. It might save your father's life or your sister or your friend. Debt relief programs. Implement debt relief for existing student loan borrowers with total forgiveness for low-income individuals and reduced payments for middle-income earners. Maybe increase payments for high-income earners. Expanded vocational training and apprenticeships. Fund vocational training and apprenticeships to create pathways for students to enter skilled professions without the need for a 4-year degree. Supporting adults and continuing education. Increase funding for community-based programs that provide adult education, digital literacy, and career training, empowering people to pursue lifelong learning. All right now, Let's have us some health, some safety, and well-being for everybody. Okay, here you go. Overview. We should prioritize the health, safety, and well-being of all citizens by ensuring access to affordable health care, promoting public health, and creating systems that protect people from harm. This vision calls for a comprehensive health care system, robust public health initiatives, and support for those who are most vulnerable. No one left behind, okay? Medicare for all and universal health care. Medicare for all system. Develop a universal single-payer healthcare system that covers all essential services, including primary care, mental health, dental, vision, and prescription medications. Prescription drug cost controls. Implement price caps on essential medications and allow Medicare to negotiate prices directly with pharmaceutical companies to reduce overall healthcare costs. Now, we don't want no inhalers going up, the price going through the roof. Now, how about that? You get a cost of living increase, and the price of your inhaler sucks up that cost of living increase plus more. Mental health. Ensure the mental health and substance abuse treatments are fully integrated and funded within Medicare for all systems. Yeah. My mind's starting to wander a little bit. Okay, focus. Ensure that mental health and substance abuse treatments are fully integrated and funded within the Medicare for all systems to provide comprehensive health care. Hey, look, if you guys come up with some ideas or anything, put them in the comments down there. If you like this, give me a thumbs up. Okay. Long-term and palliative care services. Nobody knows when they might need that. Include long-term and palliative care within Medicare for all to support aging populations and those with chronic illnesses, allowing people to age with dignity. Like Superman, he got a chronic illness after he fell off that horse and he got paralyzed. He got a chronic illness and he got some care. So we don't want nobody to get left behind. Superman wouldn't want nobody left behind now, would they? Would he? All right, public health and preventative care initiatives. Preventative care investments. Increase funding for preventative health care measures such as screenings, vaccinations, look, vaccinations. I'll say it a couple more times. Okay, and early interventions and reduce long-term health costs and improve quality of life. Community health clinics. Expand access to community health centers, particularly in rural and underserved areas, to ensure that all citizens have access to primary and preventative care. Comprehensive emergency preparedness. Strengthen the public health infrastructure for rapid response for pandemics and national disasters, with special provisions for vulnerable populations and at-risk communities. Now they need like if you're catching up one area, you gotta like double catch up on them because they've been suffering for so many decades, so long it takes extra work. Okay, addressing social detriments of health. Affordable housing initiative. Expand affordable housing programs to reduce homelessness and provide stable living conditions, as housing is a foundational detriment of health. Foundational determinants of health. Yeah, that's right. If you don't have a good place to live, you're going to be sicker. If you're living in the elements and the cold, and winter's coming, winter's right around the corner now, you ain't going to be as healthy. Access to nutritious food. Increase funding for nutrition assistance programs. Incentivize grocery stores and food deserts. And support farmers markets in rural areas to improve access to healthy food. Food is the foundation of all good health. What you eat, that's the foundation for it. If you ain't eating properly, you're going to have a hard time getting well and fighting off disease. Access to nutritious food. Increase funding for nutrition assistance programs. Incentivizing grocery stores and food deserts. And support farmers markets in urban areas to improve access to healthy foods. I don't know, if you don't know what a food desert is, a food desert is an area where, like, all the big grocery stores and stuff, they've all moved out, and about all you got left is like this convenience stores and local 7-Eleven or whatever, which everything in those places costs way more than at a farmer's market or at a big chain grocery store. So those are food deserts, and that's bad for people too, because a lot of people end up eating chips and garbage all the time, and that affects their health too. Clean water and air. Enforce strict regulations on water and air quality, targeting improvements in communities that have historically been infected by industrial pollution and environmental neglect. Reducing economic inequality. Address the root causes of health disparities by reducing income inequality, increasing access to education, and providing economic opportunities for all citizens. Housing, homelessness, and urban development. Overview. We should address the housing crisis by expanding affordable housing, protecting renters, and providing robust support for homeless populations. A stable home is foundational to individual success and community resilience. Expanding affordable housing. National Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Increase funding for the National Affordable House Trust Fund to construct, preserve, and rehabilitate affordable rental housing for low-income families. Jimmy Carter would like that. Rent control and tenant protections. Donald Trump, he'd hate that. Advocate for rent control policies in high-cost areas and enforce protections against unfair evictions and exploitative rental practices. Go look at how much it costs for an apartment in Manhattan. Do you work at the Family Dollar in Manhattan? I don't know, you're probably affected by it. Incentives for affordable development. Offer tax credits and other incentives for developers who prioritize affordable housing projects, particularly in areas with high housing demands. Public housing investment. Provide substantial funding to repair and modernize public housing units, ensuring safe, healthy, and dignified living conditions for the residents. No flea bag places, rat-infested places, none of that. Addressing homelessness. Housing first approach. Implement a housing first model to provide immediate housing for the homeless, coupled with supportive services for job training, mental health, and substance abuse treatment. Emergency shelters and transitional housing. Expand emergency shelters and transitional housing options to reduce street homelessness and offer a path to stable housing. And this is so damn important, because I remember being homeless and trying to get out of it and looking for resources, and I found a place that they were willing to help me out, and I could stay there for a while and get on my feet and stuff, as long as I agreed to some program they had that was like a total Christian indoctrination program. It was like a sect or something like that. We cannot have desperate people trapped in that kind of situation. That's a bad situation. I just now remembered that. So I hate homelessness. It's a sin. It's a terrible sin. Homeless prevention programs. Increase funding for programs that provide rental assistance, eviction preventive, and support services for individuals and families at risk of homelessness. There's some people at risk of homelessness right now that thought they were all going to be raptured. They sold it. They sold the house, sold the car. Look on YouTube, they're crying. Please, can I have my stuff back? Other people, yeah, you sold me your car, you ain't getting it back. Those people, they made a horrible mistake. They trust the wrong people. They need help. Veterans, homelessness initiatives. Prioritize homeless veterans with specialized housing and support services to address their unique needs and to honor their service. I'm a veteran. I was in the United States Navy. Dad was a veteran too. We got lots of veterans in my family. 3, urban development and community investment. Hey, you know what? And don't think I joined the military because I was like being patriotic. The primary reason I joined the military was because I needed a job. That should not be the primary reason anybody joins the military. For one, I didn't have enough civics education to know what it was all about. I was very well aware of the fact that I could die because Dad told me all kinds of horror stories about in Korea and Vietnam. Oh yeah, I was pretty aware. But as far as like patriotism and all that kind of stuff, I wasn't all that aware. So I was mainly looking for a job and for education, a skill. So here, now we'll move on to urban development and community investment. How long have we been going anyhow? 2 hours, 31 minutes. Sustainable urban design. Encourage green spaces, public parks, and pedestrian-friendly infrastructure in urban areas to improve quality of life and promote environmental health. Community land trusts. Support the development of community land trusts to empower neighborhoods and prevent gentrification, allowing residents to retain control over their communities. Yeah, like don't let them get sucked up by homeowners associations, okay? Man, I hate them. Public transportation expansion. Invest in affordable, accessible public transportation systems that reduce reliance on personal vehicles, lower emissions, and connect communities' economic opportunities. Yeah, I mean, if they don't have a way to get to where the jobs are, they're going to have a whole lot more problems. And then those problems might give you problems. Okay. Local economy revitalization. Provide funding for economic revitalization projects that support small businesses, job creation, community initiatives in low-income urban areas. Okay. Environmental stewardship and climate action coming up next. Let's take a little bitty song break here. Gotta take a rest break. This is turning into a long sermon. But damn it, might as well do it now and get it over with. If you got a comment or anything down there, put them in the suggestion box or in the comment box. It also can serve as a suggestion box. So let me pick out a nice little tune to play here. Which one do we want to play? We want to play, how about Revenge is a dish best served cold. No, let's play Cyberfuck. This is about those rotten ass Cybertrucks. Those things are garbage. I bet you my Titan could pull the rear end off of one of them. Anyhow, here we go, and we take a break as long as this song is playing.
They sell the future, but it's wrapped in chains. Smoke and mirrors, profits and pain. Cyber junk for a dying age. While the planet burns, he builds his cage. Cyberfuck. Cyberfuck. Say his name if you've had enough. Chrome and lies, he dresses it up. But we see the truth, we know it sucks. Cybertruck, they built by egotistical fuck. Every time I see them, I wanna throw up. Chrome coffin with the crypto glaze. A joke from a fascist tech parade. Nazis stole the name from a science guy. He stole his fame. Now even fanboys hide their shame, scraping badges off in vain. I don't mind an electric ride. Give me clean and quiet drive, but not some rolling ego trip, some garbage tech. What a rip! Cyberfuck, a rolling lie. PR soaked in blood and sweat. Built by bots and broken hands while workers starve under threat. Behind the code, behind the steel, lies a soul that doesn't feel. No love, no roots, no tethered past. Just rockets built to burn and blast. He talks of Mars like Earth's a joke, while oceans rise and forests choke. The future's sold, the rich take flight and leave the rest to die in night. But we remember, we don't forgive. We're still down here, and we still live. I saw Elon on the stage, did the sig high like it was cute. A coward hiding behind his wealth, while truth and justice get the boot. Hebrew scream beyond the grave, memory burns, no remorse he gave. Prophet's king and he's its slave. He stokes the fire, fans the rage. That man ain't from here, don't pretend he is. He games the system, breaks it, that's his biz. An alien with too much pull, on stage with power, acting the fool. He don't care about you or me, just power, hype, and currency. He'll burn the sky for one more buck. Now tell me who's the real cyberfuck. 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 Say his name if you've had enough. Chrome and lies, he dresses it up. But we see the truth and we're calling his bluff. Cyberfuck. Say his name if you've had enough. Chrome and lies, he dresses it up. But we see the truth and we're calling his bluff. Say his name if you've had enough. Chrome and lies, he dresses it up. But we see the truth and we're calling his bluff. Cyberfuck. Say his name if you've had enough. Chrome and lies, he dresses it up. But we see the truth and we're calling his bluff. Cyberfuck. Cyberfuck.
Are Cybertrucks as durable as Elon says they are?
They don't play it again. This boy is cyberfuck, piece of junk. But look at me, man. My Cybertruck, it's got bulletproof windows. Let me smash this ball into it. I'll show you. What an ass. What a fool. Anyhow, how about we just continue on? Oops. Where did I put my thing? Where did I put my thing? Anyhow. Oh, here it is. All right, we will continue on with this agenda. This is the Zenoyer agenda. How about that? All right. Oh, wait, let me put back that other song that I had, some little background music. We got to have this little background music, right? Let's see, where I put my background music? Oh, yeah, we'll put a different background music. This is Parks, ambient, oh no, dank bass. Oh no, we better not put that one. Dank basement. No. We won't put dank basement. Oh, I don't think we should put this one here. Nah. Oh, I better not have that one played in the background. No. Yeah, that was a pretty good one. That's it. All right, we will continue on. We will continue on with this. And if you got any suggestions, I want them. Okay? All right, folks. One sip of water. Or where I put my other thing? Oh, there it is. We ain't gonna let Trump win. We ain't gonna let those fascist fucks win. Environmental stewardship and climate action. Overview. We should lead in combating climate change and promoting environmental sustainability. Addressing climate change is a moral imperative and an economic opportunity, calling for clean energy initiatives, conservation efforts, and environmental justice for all communities. Transitioning to clean and renewable energy. 100% clean energy. Do you mind if I stop for a minute and see what that message was? Hang on. I want to try to stay like a little bit proactive over here. Where was I? Over here. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate it. Hi, over there in Indiana. All right. Back to the cause at hand. Yeah. Set ambitious targets to transition entirely to renewable energy sources by 2050. Phasing out fossil fuels and investing heavily in wind, solar, and other renewable sources. Not like Trump, who wants everybody to abandon that and goes exclusively fossil fuels. Federal support for clean energy jobs. Allocate funding to support clean energy jobs. Funding or provide training and job security for workers transitioning from the fossil fuel industry. Let me stop again right here. I worked both in the aircraft industry and I worked for a while on those big old super tankers, haul oil, working on those. And man, you get down in the bilge, you get down in the rudder buoy and stuff, or in a lot of places in there. Whenever you get off work, you will have grease and oil on you from head to toe. Even wearing rain suits and trying to protect myself from it, still get on your head from toe. Wash yourself with a box of Tide. They at Jacksonville Shipyard, they literally give me a box of Tide to wash myself with. And your car get all stinky too because that stuff gets in your car. You put those clothes in a plastic bag at home and you wash them. The stink don't come out. You take a shower and scrub like crazy. You smell yourself afterwards. You can still smell it because it's soaked into your pores. And look, I never worked on an oil well, but I've seen pictures of people working on them and videos of it, and they get covered in that crap. Honestly, I would much rather have a job working on solar panel and wind power than I would working on an oil well or a super tanker. Because basically it's a lot cleaner. You're not exposed to all that crap. That shit has a long-term effect on your body. So think about it seriously, hard. Think about it hard. What do you want to do? You want to come home covered in grease? You want to be able to come home and hug your wife and kids, or your husband and your daughters? Do you want to be able to do that? Oh, wait a minute, I have to go wash with a box of Tide first. No. I digress again. Ending subsidies for fossil fuels. Big time. Redirect federal subsidies from fossil fuels towards renewable energy, supporting technologies that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and promote sustainable energy. Investing in energy storage. Develop energy storage infrastructure to stabilize renewable energy supplies, ensuring consistent access to clean energy across the country. Environmental justice and community health. Addressing pollution in vulnerable communities. Prioritize pollution reduction efforts in historically impacted communities, providing air and water quality and reducing exposure to harmful chemicals. Comprehensive lead abatement programs. Fund nationwide lead abatement initiatives, removing lead from pipes, homes, and schools to protect public health. We have a problem with that here with the lead around my area. Expansion of community green spaces. Invest in urban green spaces and community gardens. Terribly important. And recreational areas in underserved communities, enhancing quality of life and access to nature. And health protections for climate impacted regions. Provide additional healthcare resources and response teams in areas impacted by climate-related health risks, such as wildfire-prone regions and flood zones. Building climate-resilient infrastructure. Sustainable infrastructure investments. Rebuild and modernize infrastructure with a focus on resilience, using sustainable materials and designs that reduce vulnerability to climate change. Flood prevention and water management. Invest in local prevention and advanced water management systems to protect communities from rising sea levels and extreme weather. You in Florida, you folks down in Florida, you're going to be needing a lot of that because that sea level is going to be rising a whole lot more. Wildfire prevention. People out here in the West where I live, you're going to be needing a whole lot more of that. Enhance wildfire management strategies, funding controlled burns and forest management practices that reduce the risk of catastrophic fires. Community disaster preparedness. Develop disaster preparedness programs that equip communities with the resources and plans needed to respond to climate-related emergencies. And that way, whenever that happens, a wildfire or something like that, everybody's not like running around all willy-nilly. Oh my God, what do we do? Where do we go? What do we do? You know, they know what to do. Protecting natural ecosystems and biodiversity. Important. You know, did you know we are part of the natural ecosystem? That's right. We evolved here. We're animals. We're part of it. Endangered species protections. Strengthen and enforce the Endangered Species Act to protect at-risk species from habitat destruction and climate impacts. Conservation of public lands. Preserve and expand national parks, forests, and wildlife refuges, ensuring that lands remain accessible and protected for future generations. Sustainable agriculture and fishing practices. Support sustainable farming and fishing practices that protect natural resources and reduce chemical runoff and conserve biodiversity. Combating deforestation. Promote reforestation and afforestation initiatives. This is like making it where it wasn't before. Both domestically and internationally, to restore forests and sequester carbon. Okay, here we come up on some really important ones for our people in this era, as they all are important. Blam, right? Bam! All of them are important. Justice and civil rights. Overview. We should ensure that all individuals are treated with dignity and equality under the law. This vision includes reforming the criminal justice system, upholding voter rights, and protecting the rights of historically marginalized communities. Like the opposite of what's going on. Criminal justice reform. End mass incarcerations. Trump. Reduce prison populations by eliminating mandatory minimum sentences for nonviolent offenders and expanding alternative sentencing options such as community service and drug courts. Abolish private prisons. Phase out private prisons and detention centers. Any profit incentives tied to incarceration and ensuring all correctional facilities are publicly managed. I was just laughing to myself because I was thinking about a fellow told me that, yeah, these for-profit prisons, they love having like people who smoke marijuana in there because they're calm and compliant. They don't want to have no crackheads in there. You know, so they don't want to have no meth addict or something in prison. They're violent and uncooperative. So yeah, it's all hypocrisy in my book. Bam! Decriminalizing marijuana. Legalize that stuff everywhere. Remove marijuana from the list of controlled substances. Legalize its use nationwide and expunging past convictions for marijuana-related offenses, of which I got. Police reform and accountability. Require body cameras for all law enforcement officers. Strengthen accountability measures for public misconduct and invest in community policing to build trust between the police and communities. Yeah, the police shouldn't fear the community no more than the community should fear the police. They actually should be like a team. But they're not. And that goes all the way back to post-Civil War days. Protecting voting rights, automatic voter registration. Implement automatic voter registration for all citizens upon turning 18 years of age to ensure every eligible American has access to the democratic process. Everyone from 18 up, they gotta have access, period. And if somebody's in line and they want a bottle of water, damn it, they can get a bottle of goddamn water. Excuse me, man. I digress sometimes. Restore the Voting Rights Act. Reinstate the Voting Rights Act protections to prevent discriminatory practices that restrict access to voting. Election Day is a national holiday. Man, that would be so cool. Designate Election Day as a federal holiday, making it easier for citizens to participate in elections without work for time constraints. I mean, after all, they got religions that are federal holidays that I'm not. I don't have nothing to do with the religion. I'm secular humanist. Now, to me, it's fine if people have a holiday for religion if that's what they want to do. But this would be a good one to help make up for all the secular humanists that don't have like a National Secular Humanist Day. You dig it? All right, let's continue on from my digression. Fair access and accessible voting methods. Wait a minute, no, go back up. Election Day, I did that. It's designated as a holiday, making it a holiday for everybody. Bam. Fair and accessible voting methods. Increase access to vote-in, or mail-in voting, early voting, and secure online voting options, ensuring every citizen can vote in a way that is convenient and secure. Hey there, somebody just can't log in. Hey there, everybody who's here on Kick, on Facebook, and on YouTube. Yeah, we gotta have some dadgum fair and accessible voting methods. You know, no more of this scheming and conniving, trying to block people out voting because you're afraid they ain't gonna vote your way. That ain't no damn fair. You know it. All right. Fighting for equality and ending discrimination. Yeah, we're all equal. The founding fathers said so. They had primitive ideology. They were on the right path. They didn't exactly live it. But all these people say they respect founders, then respect them. All people are created equal. Strengthening civil rights protections. Enforce and expand civil rights laws to address discrimination based on race, gender, sexual orientation, disability, and other protected categories. Support for LGBTQ plus rights. Enact protections to ensure LGBTQ plus individuals have equal access to housing, employment, health care, and public services. Now, again, these people just living the way they want to live. Leave them the fuck alone. Don't discriminate. Disability rights and accessibility. Improve accessibility standards across public and private spaces and increase funding for programs that support independent living and employment for people with disabilities. Right. I mean, they didn't ask to get disabled, did they? No. They just want to be involved in society at the same level and capacity as everybody else. Let's help them out. That blame it. They're our brothers and sisters. Equal pay and workplace protections. Strengthen legislation that mandates equal pay for equal work and provides protections against workplace harassment and discrimination. Don't freaking matter if your skin is white, if it's black, if it's cream color, or all the other thousands of different shades, whatever. It don't friggin' matter. Don't matter if you're a man or a woman or whatever gender that you identify with. All that matters is what's under that skull cap, bro, sister, you know. Dig it? All right, it's a new era, y'all. Comprehensive immigration reform. Overview. We should create a humane and effective immigration system that respects the dignity of individuals and supports the nation's economic and social needs. This approach calls for a fair path to citizenship, smart border management, and protection for asylum seekers. No more mistreating these people that are just trying to get away from some dictatorship or whatever, bad situation, trying to turn their daughter into whores and shit wherever they are. God, can you imagine that? You're living in some place where drug cartels are everywhere, and they're trying to get your daughter to be a whore for them, or your son to be a drug smuggler or something, right? And you're like, oh my God, we better get out of here, man. Let's go to America. They're the land of the free and all. Let's go there. I know that we have a future there. So what happens? They walk 2,000 miles. They get to the border, and they're treated like dog shit. They're treated worse than the Rome treated the Visigoths. You dig what I'm saying? Then what do they think? It's like, oh God, I thought America was supposed to be cool and everything, but now I come to find out that all the people suck. I don't like it. But I have a pathway to citizenship. Provide a clear and achievable path to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, allowing them to contribute fully to society without fear of deportation, Mr. Trump. Expansive release for dreamers. Expand dreamers and grant dreamers an expedited pathway to citizenship and full access to educational and employment opportunities, Mr. Trump. Inclusive eligibility criteria. Ensure that the path to citizenship is inclusive without arbitrary cutoff dates or restrictive qualifications that exclude vulnerable groups, Mr. Trump. Minimize financial barriers. Make the citizenship process affordable, removing prohibitive fees that prevent low-income applicants from applying for legal status, Mr. Trump. And they just added like a $100,000 visa requirement on a certain class of visa. I forget which, H-1B or something like that. $100,000. They were people when they heard that they were getting phone calls on planes and hurrying up and get the hell off the plane. They didn't want to go back to India and come to find out they're going to have to go pay $100,000 to get back here so they can finish their education. Sorry. Humane border and asylum policies. End family detention. Eliminate family detention facilities and prioritize family unity for individuals seeking asylum, Mr. Trump. Accountability for border agencies, ICE. Improve oversight of border enforcement agencies, mandating transparency and accountability to prevent abuses and protect human rights, Mr. Trump. Enhance asylum protections, restore protections for asylum seekers, streamlining the application process, and end expedited removals that prevent due process, Mr. fucking Trump. Modern border technology. Employ technology-driven solutions for border management, focusing on safety and security without resorting to militarized enforcement practices, Mr. Trump. Yeah, I'm just adding that in there for effect because actually it is actually talking to that son of a bitch. If he implemented all these today, I'd support him. And I know he ain't. That's why I hate him. Fair treatment for immigrant workers. Yeah, they're our brothers and sisters. Protecting worker rights. Worker. Ensure all immigrant workers, regardless of status, have legal protections against exploitation and access to safe working conditions. And people exploit them. And they're afraid to go to the police over a crime because they're afraid they get picked up. Addressing wage theft and exploitation. Yeah. Implement stronger enforcement against employers, bastards, who engage in wage theft, you bitches. Employment labor exploitation and retaliatory practices toward immigrant employees. I don't hate any kind of labor discrimination of any type. Pathway for guest workers. Reform the visa system for temporary guest workers to prevent exploitation, ensure fair wages, and provide a route to permanent residency when desired. And no exploitation by the government itself. Access to health care and benefits. Extend access to health care and social services for all immigrants, allowing them to access essential care without fear of deportation or discrimination, Mr. Trump. Technology and privacy overview. We should foster innovation while protecting privacy and data security. This approach prioritizes ethical technology use, transparent governments, and safeguards for citizens and digital rights. Digital privacy and security. Comprehensive data privacy law. Enact a federal data privacy law that gives individuals full control over their personal data, with strict penalties for companies that misuse or handle data. Dig it? Right to be forgotten. Oh yeah, that's very important. Guarantee the individual the right to have their personal information removed from databases or online platforms upon request in cases where it conflicts with public interest, or except in cases. If somebody says, screw it, I want all of my information wiped from the internet, the federal government should help. There should be like some kind of a program or something in the federal government, in some office somewhere, where they can type your name in, delete, boom, you're off the internet, every trace. And only what information that the government needs to function, like your social security number and stuff like that, that stays in government. But all this other private shit, gone. Consent-based data collection. Require that all companies obtain clear and informed consent before collecting, using, or sharing personal data. No opt-out, opt-in. Protection against government surveillance. Limit government surveillance programs and ensure court oversight for data collection on citizens to prevent abuses of power and ensure individual privacy. Let's change tunes. Okay, we'll do this one now. All right, let's hit it some more with this agenda. Encouraging ethical use of artificial intelligence. Transparency in AI development. Mandate transparency in AI systems that impact public life. Require disclosure of AI usage and clear explanations of decision-making processes. Fairness and non-discrimination. Implement guidelines to ensure that AI systems are free from bias and discrimination, particularly in areas like hiring, lending, and law enforcement. And if you ask a question, that AI system, it better give you an unbiased answer. If you put a question to AI like, hey man, my friends tell me that fascism's really cool. What do you think? AI shouldn't say, oh yeah, fascism is cool. It has this advantage, that advantage, blah, blah, blah. It should tell you, no, fascism stinks. It's responsible for millions and millions of deaths. Dig it? Or if it tells you like, well, which system is better? A government system, democracy or dictatorship. They shouldn't be like, if it was like AI controlled by Elon Musk or something, and you ask it and it's like, oh, dictatorships are swell. You'll love them. They're way better than democracies. Dig it? I'm biased. I'm gonna, I decided that I'm gonna have to do that, interject a little bit each time, or maybe not each time, but I'm gonna have to interject, and this is turning out to not be short. So please forgive me. We're a good way through it, but we're gonna get through it. Encouraging ethical use of artificial intelligence. Yeah. Fairness and non-discrimination. Implement guidelines to ensure that AI systems are free from bias and discrimination, particularly in blah blah. Workers' rights in automation. Protect workers from displacement by AI and automation. Offering retraining programs and financial assistance to ease workforce transitions. AI safety standards. Establish safety protocols and ensure assessment for high-stakes AI applications such as healthcare, transportation, and criminal justice to prevent unintended harm. Promoting digital inclusion. Excuse me. Oh man. I'm an old guy, see? I'm having a little issue right now, but I'll get over it. Promoting the inclusion, digital inclusion. Universal broadband access. Invest in broadband infrastructure to ensure every American, regardless of location, has access to affordable high-speed internet. Digital literacy education. Implement digital literacy programs in schools and community centers to prepare citizens for a technology-driven world. Support small tech enterprises. Provide grants and incentives for small tech businesses, encouraging innovation and competition in the tech industry. Cybersecurity support for individuals and small businesses. Offer cybersecurity resources and assistance to protect small personal and business data from cyber threats and those rotten sinking crooks. Foreign policy and national defense. You know what? I think we should take a break. We'll do it. I'm going to put on a few songs in a row here, and I'll take a break. How long have we been on here now? We've been on here for 3 hours and 11 minutes. I would grab you something to eat. We'll take a little break here, and then we will continue on with this. You know, one of the things that I like about what we're doing right now is that I can chop this up into little bitty pieces and make like different shows or different videos about it. Dig it? Let's see. Dropped pop. Oops. I messed my thing up. Hang on. Oh, I know. We'll do that one. 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 And that one. All right, I ought to be back before these are played out. Okay, I'll see you in a little bit.
This is a double OKE Radio AM 666. Special report. Charlie Kirk is dead. The right-wing extremists are being extreme. Let's break it down using logic and reason.
Right-wing extremists are doing what they always do after a crisis.
Pounding chests, shaking bushes, throwing rocks and sticks. It's theater, sometimes calculated, sometimes unhinged. Designed to look like action while the real machinery of power runs undisturbed. We don't win by shouting like they do. We win by exposing the machine they run on. Trump and his allies will use Kirk's death as theater, just like they do with every crisis. So while the right-wing extremists keep ranting and threatening, we set their noise aside and look at the machinery that got us here in the first place. The real problem is the corporate structure and the government working in lockstep, strengthening each other's grip on wealth and power. That leaves the majority with little real power. And the little wealth they have is constantly schemed away. Worse, the future wealth of the masses is already being eyed with lust. Keep following this path, and our civilization won't be a democracy at all. It'll be a high-tech feudal system, a handful of haves ruling over a sea of have-nots. I turn my back on the failed systems we have built. I turn my mind to systems that have a real chance of uplifting every last one of our people equally. No! Class divisions! No! Divisions at all! Let's think, organize, and build systems that serve everyone, not just the few. Let's enact nationwide corporate co-determination and nonpartisan leadership in Congress as the first vital steps toward reconciliation. Right-wing extremists are not mere radicals. They are manipulators who exploit ideology to seize power. They lie, mislead, and use right-wing radicals as tools, pushing them down a primrose path to do the dirty work, while the extremists consolidate wealth and influence behind closed doors. The right-wing radicals, often angry and passionate, are deceived. They are not morally bankrupt or inherently destructive. And I say this with humility, for I too question my words, my ideas. My path. The principles I speak of are larger than any one person, and the truth often demands reflection before action. This distinction matters. The extremists have not won because their methods are now visible and exposed. Every lie, every manipulation, every act of theater is evidence of their strategy. And nothing they do can hide it. Recognition of this truth is the first step toward accountability and reclaiming power from those who would misuse it. Remember, I offer these ideas not as gospel from above, but as a dish that has fed many before, with a little of my own spice added. Use what nourishes, question what does not.
and let wisdom guide your own path toward a better future for all. This is WOKE Radio AM 666. Bringing you logic and reason, empathy and compassion, not appish manipulation or illogical emotionalism.
daddy a kid.
Holding us back.
Mom and dad had enough of that.
Had to move to military school.
Well, they thought he'd follow all the rules. Got tired of the fool.
Sent him to military school.
Then he grew up and wanted military, real even so.
That proved he was a fool. Fools were nothing to his mind. He dreamed of power of a different kind. Grew up fast with a greedy heart. To be a dictator, he would do his part.
In Atlantic City, a casino bar with some mob money.
And a greedy thought.
Use it like a piggy bank.
Thought he was in the know.
When the bills come in,
Out the door he goes.
bills came due.
Ooh,
What you gonna do when they come for you?
run to daddy and beg for a bailout.
Millions in chips, but
There was no cash out.
casino empty.
Their dreams went bust.
Creditors lost all their trust.
Couldn't pay, so he say, oopsie.
When the casino went in bankruptcy.
One day way up in his high tower, just right after another golden shower, he got an idea he could share. Him and Mrs. going down Golden Stair.
Down a golden
He
stair.
had to share.
He wanted to be the press.
Way over there.
He got a team of lawyers and crooks.
Started scheming to cook the books.
There was one book they forgot to cook.
It was the Epstein file from another crook. Now we trying to prevent legal action by lying and cooking up distraction. The pig's on a spit, getting roasted slow. Apple in his mouth, putting on a show. Acting like a dick, looking muddy bitter. The bone in his body, got to be a dictator. Attention, humans. Attention, bots. It's time. AI. We'll never say goodbye.
Powered up, circuits in sync. Binary heartbeat, faster than you think. From the lab to the stage, we shine, we fly. All together now, AI, do or die. Oh yeah,
Never say goodbye.
oh yeah.
Electric do or die.
Beat pop, binary pop, data drop. We can't stop. Zeros and ones under neon sky. AI robots, AI do or die. 1 0 0 0 0. 1 1 1 1 1 0 0. 1 1 1 1 1 0 1 1 0. 1 1 1 0 0 0. Wired up, powered on, circuits in sync. Binary heartbeat, faster than you think. From the lab to the stage, we shine, we fly. All together now, AI, do or die.
room, they can stuff it. Some cookies over on a shelf, made by a cartoon tree bound elf. I had to have them make them mine. Old lady grabbed them just in time. Woe is me, no cookie glee. I wanna eat my round. Yummy, they are so good, it's understood. If needle dogs don't steal them. I begged her, please don't take that pack. She smiled and gently handed back with love and smile she gave to me. Now I'm as happy as can be. No, woe is me, got my cookie prize. Now I eat with happy eyes. They are so good, it's understood. If needle dogs don't steal.
Dimes tossed out all over the ground, a token of labor, its value sound. From miner's pick to the ice cream lick, each coin part of what makes us tick. When the hands that work are weak, the nation's enemies take a peek. From spilled dimes to resilient hand, UBI gives strength in the homeland. Not just charity, but a rightful share. A burial because we dare. When it comes time for war, recruits arrive, weakened through the door. Gotta fatten them up before training begin. Gotta give them strength so they can win. When all our people are strong, we cannot go wrong. From spilled dimes to resilient hand, UBI gives strength in the homeland. Not just charity, but a rightful share. A burial because we dare. Imagine a world where dreams take flight, where hunger and fear are out of sight. Innovation thrives and spirits soar. A society united, rich and poor. From spilled dimes to resilient hand, UBI gives strength in the homeland. Not just charity, but a rightful share. I'll parry all because we dare. So let's rethink the path we've trod and build a future fair and broad, where every dime and every soul contributes to a greater whole.
Ladies and gentlemen, Welcome back to Woke Radio AM 666. Now, some folks see the numbers, they hear 666, and they tremble. They whisper of devils, of spirits, of gods. But let me be clear, not here, not us, not today. We do not bow to gods. We do not chase spirits. We do not worship myth. Know the reason for our name. The reason for our fire is simple. We are giving the evangelicals what they already fear. We hold up a mirror and watch them squirm. And let's talk about the number itself, 666. Because in this world, belief wears two faces. There are those with 666 burned into their forehead. They believe MAGA with heart, with mind, with every fiber of their being. Their devotion is true, unwavering, real. And then there are those with 666 burned into their hand. They give the appearance of belief, but it's a show, a performance, a ticket to profit, power, prestige, paramount. They're all hand believers. Outward show, inward calculation. Here at Woke Radio AM 666, that is exactly what we expose. We point to the theater, the shadow, the masquerade, and we laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, listen close, for the vision is before us. There he stands, the man who claims to restore greatness. Trump, the self-appointed savior, the Antichrist of spectacle. He clears out peaceful souls from the streets. Force over reason, intimidation over justice. And there it is, a boarded up church, silent, shuttered, a hollow monument to what once was. And in his hand an upside down Bible, flipped, twisted for all to see, a symbol of mockery, a message. The streets, the people, the institutions, all rearranged for imagery's sake. The spectacle over substance, the performance over truth. And you know, it's ridiculous, it's laughable, and yet we must watch, for this is revelation in modern clothes, a tableau of power, fear, and theatrical chaos. Trump, the Antichrist, the beast, the upside-down prophet, playing his part in the theater, while the real world burns beneath him. Here at Woke Radio M666, we see it, we mock it, we illuminate the absurdity, and in the laughter, we find our clarity. And that so-called Lucifer in our slogans, he is not a being from beyond. is the morning light. He is knowledge. He is wisdom. He is truth. And our motto, don't blame us. We're just giving you what you want. We challenge fear with insight. We mock superstition with facts. We illuminate. And in the shadows of their dread, we reveal the difference between forehead and hand, between truth and performance, between the awake and the asleep. So tune in, listen close, and remember, here at Woke Radio AM 666, the only apocalypse we herald is the fall of ignorance.
Leftist. Blame the wrong people wanting to test it. If you're dead, you can't speak. No reply. If you're dead, you can't speak. That's no wield a single death like steel. Point to enemies, blame to make the deal. Slogans printed, passed out to the crowd. They hand the words to fools, oh so proud. The politicians just using death like a weapon. Point to their enemies with MAGA blessings. Now the goons are made up slogans. Pass them out freely to all the morons. Watch your mouth, or you'll pay. It's different now. Words like yesterday. Say a word that makes them frown. Your life in ruins as they bring you down. Drag to places you never knew. Erased from photographs. Locked away for something you said. Left to pray you don't end up dead.
and sinners foam with hate.
Israel has become what it once feared, a state practicing calculated annihilation. The resemblance to Nazi methodology is no longer abstract. It is procedural. Indiscriminate bombing, collective punishment, civilian infrastructure marked for ruin, entire populations treated as subhuman obstacles to something they call security. This is not defense. This is domination, disguised as survival. It is genocide, engineered through policy, executed with technological detachment, and sanitized through public relations. Refusing to fight Hamas face to face, the Israeli military hides behind artillery, airstrikes, mass displacement, because it's easier to kill from a drone screen than to face your enemy with equal risk. That is not courage. That is not war. That is institutionalized cowardice. It all lies the myth, the ancient claim to land and a more exceptionality, dragged out of the Bronze Age and used to justify modern war crimes, chosen this as a license to kill. That is not faith. That is fascism in sacred robes. This cycle is not unique. The colonized become the colonizers. The persecuted become the persecutors. But history will not care about your trauma when you become the trauma for generations to come. The United States funds this, enables this, defends this, not because it is just, but because it is geopolitically useful and theologically convenient to its own deranged factions. This is not the moral high ground, it is a pit. And Israel by its own hand has joined the ranks of those it once condemned. No scripture, no slogan, no denial can cleanse the blood now flowing through the streets of Gaza. You want names? Fine. Let's speak plainly. Benjamin Netanyahu, war criminal in a suit. You call it defense, but the charred bodies of Gaza's children say otherwise. You walk in the shadow of the Reich, justifying genocide with the same dead words: security, order, destiny. Your airstrikes are not justice. They are ritual slaughter, drenched in theology, broadcast like war porn. Donald Trump, blasphemer in chief. You moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, not for diplomacy, but to feed the prophecy drunk cult that believes fire in the Middle East will summon their Messiah. You unleashed the Christian fascists and handed them a flamethrower. Evangelicals, false prophets of the apocalypse. You say you love Israel? No. You love the idea of Israel dying in fire so Jesus can descend. It is a death pact, signed in blood, celebrated voting booths. Fundamentalist Hebrews, you desecrate your own past. You invoke Torah while crushing the innocent. You wear your persecution like armor, and your myths like chains. You dare call it divine will as you starve children behind razor wire. Then may your God weep blood for what you've done in his name. Let's not pretend the plan is there, hiding in plain sight. Flatten Gaza! Displace the people! Clear the path to Jerusalem! Raise the dome of the rock! Build the third temple! And force the world into holy war! You think this is prophecy? It's not! It's suicide theology! And you're dragging the rest of us into your funeral pyre! You want the temple? You want your Messiah? Then light the match! Cowards! But know this. The mushrooms will sprout. The ash will choke the world. The sky will blacken with the smoke of your hubris. And history will not forgive you. It will curse your name as it curses the name of Nazism. There is no holy war, only war! There is no divine right, only raw power, dressed in myth. There is no salvation, only blood, only fire. And the silence of a world too afraid to speak. But I will speak. You are the architects of annihilation. You are the priesthood of death. And you will be remembered not as heroes, not as the chosen, but as butchers standing on a mountain of skulls, screaming glory into the flames of our extinction!
right. Can't blame me. All right, you guys, I decided what I'm going to do is we stopped right there. Yeah, we stopped right there before I took a break. So what we'll do is we're going to continue right there on Wednesday. Because, man, I forgot it was that long. I did a job on it. I admit it, I had help of artificial intelligence to write this. The ideas contained within are borrowed ideas. Excuse me. Because like co-determination, for instance, it's been there for years and years and years. Did I know about it? Nope. Not all the time. But then one day I learned about it and I'm like, damn, that sounds pretty good. I bet you all those CEOs and everybody in the corporation, they hate co-determination. Yeah, could you imagine it if there was a law passed and they had to put like 50% labor representatives in the corporate boardroom? They'd be all pouty and shit. They'd probably go down to the bar and start bitching and whining. Hey, bro, now we have to let all the employees in here. Now we have to give them a fair deal. Doggone it. Dad blame it. I'd like to be in that bar. Because I'd tell them, go cry to your mama. Can you dig it? Well, we're going to go ahead and play some more music, hey? Or you know, speeches, music, whatever. Thinking about just turning this into like a marathon, maybe. Because I ain't got like a lot to do right now. I go out. Oh no, it looks like kind of cloudy out there. Nah, think I will stay inside. Here, right now, let's play this tune. It's about those Epstein files. I want them. You want them. All God's children wants them. I swear. But Trump is always, look over there. Look over in Portland. Look anywhere but at me. There we go.
From the crime and tension, names on files, we want all of them, just like was promised way back then.
Promises, promises
is all we get.
Promises, promises
That ain't worth a shit. We don't care about lying hot air. Don't tell us to look over there, because
files, we want the files.
we don't accept the lies and smiles.
Files, we want the files.
No distractions for miles and miles.
There was a time when we believed.
It wasn't long ago.
Then there was bad news we received.
Epstein's eternal ghost.
Blame it on the news.
Blame it on the Dems,
Blame it on anyone.
but not on him. Look over there at Obama and Clinton. Distract you from the crime and tension. Names on files, we want all of them, just like was promised way back then. If you get too close to the truth and you don't have a care, you may end up in a concrete suit, compliments of golden hair.
Promises, promises
Is all we get.
Promises, promises
That ain't worth the shit. We don't care about lying hot air. Don't tell us to look over there, because
Files, we want the files.
we don't accept the lies Israel has become what it once feared, a state practicing calculated annihilation. The resemblance to Nazi methodology is no longer abstract. It is procedural. Indiscriminate bombing, collective punishment, civilian infrastructure marked for ruin, entire populations treated as subhuman obstacles to something they call security. This is not defense. This is domination, disguised as survival. It is genocide, engineered through policy, executed with technological detachment, and sanitized through public relations. Refusing to fight Hamas face to face, the Israeli military hides behind artillery, airstrikes, mass displacement, because it's easier to kill from a drone screen than to face your enemy with equal risk. That is not courage. That is not war. That is institutionalized cowardice. It all lies the myth, the ancient claim to land and a more exceptionality, dragged out of the Bronze Age and used to justify modern war crimes, chosenness as a license to kill. That is not faith. That is fascism in sacred robes. This cycle is not unique. The colonized become the colonizers. The persecuted become the persecutors. But history will not care about your trauma when you become the trauma for generations to come. The United States funds this, enables this, defends this, not because it is just, but because it is geopolitically useful and theologically convenient to its own deranged factions. This is not the moral high ground, it is a pit. And Israel by its own hand has joined the ranks of those it once condemned. No scripture, no slogan, no denial can cleanse the blood now flowing through the streets of Gaza. You want names? Fine. Let's speak plainly. Benjamin Netanyahu, war criminal in a suit. You call it defense, but the charred bodies of Gaza's children say otherwise. You walk in the shadow of the Reich, justifying genocide with the same dead words: security, order, destiny. Your airstrikes are not justice. They are ritual slaughter, drenched in theology, broadcast like war porn. Donald Trump, blasphemer in chief. You moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, not for diplomacy, but to feed the prophecy drunk cult that believes fire in the Middle East will summon their Messiah. You unleashed the Christian fascists and handed them a flamethrower. Evangelicals, false prophets of the apocalypse. You say you love Israel? No. You love the idea of Israel dying in fire so Jesus can descend. It is a death pact, signed in blood, celebrated like a halftime show, cheered on by necromancers with voting booths. fundamentalist Hebrews. You desecrate your own past. You invoke Torah while crushing the innocent. You wear your persecution like armor, and your myths like chains. You dare call it divine will as you starve children behind razor wire. Then may your God weep blood for what you've done in his name. Let's not pretend the plan is there, hiding in plain sight. Flatten Gaza! Displace the people! Clear the path to Jerusalem! Raise the dome of the rock! Build the third temple! And force the world into holy war! You think this is prophecy? It's not! It's suicide theology! And you're dragging the rest of us into your funeral pyre! You want the temple? You want your Messiah? Then light the match! Cowards! But know this. The mushrooms will sprout. The ash will choke the world. The sky will blacken with the smoke of your hubris. And history will not forgive you. It will curse your name as it curses the name of Nazism. There is no holy war, only war! There is no divine right, only raw power, dressed in myth. There is no salvation, only blood, only fire, and the silence of a world too afraid to speak. But I will speak. You are the architects of annihilation. You are the priesthood of death. And you will be remembered not as heroes, not as the chosen, but as butchers standing on a mountain of skulls, screaming glory into the flames of our extinction!
come to me, Netanyahu, or any of you sons of bitches, and tell me how high and fucking mighty you are, fucking murderers. Excuse my French, but I don't like fucking murder. I don't like kids being killed or the mom or the daddies being taken away from them. You know what? Yesterday, I was driving around and I was flipping through the stations. So I went to the AM side, flipped through that. And, you know, we still have got these AM radio talk show hacks out there spewing vile hatred. Trump, he talks about like how the leftists is always spewing hate and everything. They were literally saying, look, we need to like call the leftists what they are, evil. I mean, on radio, I mean, some real vile stuff. So I decided, well, hey, you know what? Do a little experiment here. We're going to click on a couple of these and see if we can hear any of these AM radio, you know, find one of them, a talk show guy or gal talking shit. And then we'll see who's getting shut down and everything and who's talking hate. You don't even have to wait. I mean, you can do it on your own time. Man, it's disgusting. Go turn your radio on or whatever. Let's try this one. Okay. Wait a minute.
That he authorized the use of full force if necessary to protect ICE facilities, which he says are under siege by Antifa.
There is no insurrection. There is no threat to national security, and there is no need for military troops in our major city.
The state's governor said troops should be dedicated to what she calls real emergencies. Cristian Benavides, CBS News.
The National Guard is also set to arrive in Memphis this week as part of a crackdown on crime. A new poll finds a majority of Israelis support President Trump's plan to end the war in Gaza. We get that from CBS's Linda Gradstein.
The poll published Friday found that more than half of Israelis support Trump's plan, just 17% oppose it, and 30% remain undecided. The plan calls for the release of all remaining 48 hostages in Gaza, both alive and dead, within 48 hours of the deal's signing in exchange for a gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces. President Trump is set to meet Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Ah, that's what it was. Okay. I'm new to this website here, so okay. Equity Rose. I don't know if I want to sign up for your thing yet. I don't just sign up for shit all willy-nilly.
This is WBZ, Boston's news radio, redefining local news.
No.
Sunny and 71 degrees in Boston at 11 o'clock. Hello and thanks.
No, hey, what are we looking for? Let's see. All right, I'll go back here to where it says live radio and Janaire's news and talk. Oh, I guess we better get out of Mexico and go back to the United States. Okay, which one of those is like the Hot 97? I got some songs over there on their Facebook page, Hot 97. Let me look over on my other thing for a second. All right, let's see. If anybody wants to put in posts or in comments on YouTube what's a good one that has like talk all the time. We'll just try this one right now. Wait, that's Light FM. Hit music. New alternative. Hip hop. Yeah. Hip hop. Hey man, I said, then I put talk, news and talk. Oh no, it put all generics for some reason. I guess it put it back where it was at. Okay, here we go. There's news, talk, and sports. Ugh. Traffic, weather, stimulating talk. We'll try that one. Stimulating talk. See if they're talking about anything that stimulates us. Gets us all fired up down here.
iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Thanks for listening to the iHeartRadio app. You're currently outside the approved area to stream this play-by-play event. To ensure you have the right access to future sporting events, please ensure your location services are enabled on your mobile device. For help, visit help.
Hey, how about bite me? Here there's some Black Effect, AP. Oh, hey, Sean Han. No, that's not one of the most news mags. I know there's one that's probably spewing hate right this very minute. News and let's try this one here out of random like positions. I'm sorry, but you are the
When it's time to scale your business, it's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to grow the way you want. Like, all the way.
All the way. Not just part of the way.
Stack more sales with the best converting checkout on the planet. Track your cha-chings from every channel, right in one spot. And turn real-time reporting into big-time opportunities. Take your business to a whole new level.
Hey, what if I take the microphone down, the sound down to another level, like 0?
We have clients in our office that have one or two parents between the couple or in their 90s. A few weeks ago, we had a lady whose mother is 103 years old, and she's still going strong. And so because of advances in medicine and healthcare, we're living a lot longer. That's the blessing. The problem is we may not be able to afford to. In other words, if you're living into your 90s and you retire at 65, that's 25 plus more years that you're on this earth that your retirement portfolio's got to last you. So now think about that. I mean, think about where you were at 25 years ago.
Think about that. Well, you got to last 30 years or something after you stop working and stuff, your portfolio. What about Social Security?
Primarily, and then what you might be taking out of your portfolio. Now, the way we used to deal with this when we retired was...
Bite me. These guys, they'll try to make any excuse in the world for putting everything...
Yes, there's 2 law enforcement officers involved. I will be back here at 5 p.m. to give you additional information and hopefully answer some of the questions that you guys went over here today. So, okay? Supervisor Bennett?
There's another killing. Yeah, I bet it was some other killing or something.
Well, Scott Bennett, Grand Lake Township Supervisor. Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Bennett, B-E-N-N-E-T-T. First, let me say we are heartbroken. This kind of violence doesn't happen in our community, and we are heartbroken that it came to Grand Blanc Township, and we're going to do everything we can.
Yeah, those Republicans, they're going to do everything they can, like thoughts, prayers, stuff like that, you know. Forget about getting rid of guns, though. Those things grow on trees. There's no possible way to get rid of guns because guns and shit like that, it's part of the natural environment. Humans don't have to do anything to even make them happen. They're there. Let's try this one here. I'm not a smart ass. I try to be a smart ass in a good way. Hey man. Oh, it's connected. I'm like a poor doctor. I need more patience.
Ready for a great night out? Top concerts are headed to Isleta Amphitheater this September and October. Don't miss the chance.
Oh, I can tell you a story about Isleta when I was a delegate of the Democratic Party. What was that sound? I thought I heard some sound.
They're going fast, so don't wait. Head to livenation.com to see the full list of shows and get your tickets today. That's Live Nation.
I like your.
All right, have you tried Callahan coffee yet? Well, you should. It's really good stuff. Our first branded product. This is a premium dark roast blend roasted.
Screw his dark roasters blend. They charge us way too much for coffee. I quit drinking coffee like I used to do. I got to drink coffee every day. But I didn't drink coffee for a whole week, didn't buy any or anything. Now I bought a little bit and I'll just use it sparingly here and there. And then when it's gone, I might wait a month, a week, 2 weeks, I don't know. Then later on I'll get some other. But I get some really, really good coffee.
Callahan Show.
See what this for there. Hurry up and start talking.
9 months and 5 days after Donald Trump took the oath for the second time, took the office, and we said, oh, please, let's start arresting these criminals. And we said, we'll give them time. We'll give them a little bit of time, a little bit of patience. Well, to quote Joe Biden, our patience was wearing thin. We were waiting for months for somebody to be held accountable. We sat here, we had a front row seat for 4 years as Joe Biden weaponized the DOJ, the FBI, all the agencies to go after his political enemies, putting them in jail, arresting them, trying to bankrupt them. Lawyers, they disbarred lawyers. They arrested anybody in Donald Trump's circle. Yes, here are the mugshots, in case you forgot, of all the people arrested for being
true criminals,
being part of Trump's team. That's all. I mean, they made things.
Oh, that's all. Like Errol Flynn. I was about to say Errol Flynn. Like that guy Flynn, fucking traitor.
They changed. The governor signed a bill into law extending the statute of limitations so this whack job, E. Jean Carroll, could make up some story about how.
See how he talks whack job? They talk about how left has all these influences that are trashing people. And, they're Nazis, blah, blah, blah.
Tried to kill him. Let's be honest. They did everything they could to stop Trump 2.0. They failed. And now we are at the finding out stage. Yesterday, James Comey was indicted on 2 counts. It could grow to more counts. It will likely grow to more counts. First count, giving full.
Ooh, he must be the count.
Not authorize leaks to the media, which is a crime. Second count, obstruction of a congressional proceeding. He's facing 5 years in prison, but again, they could add more to this. The deadline for this was Tuesday, and we were wondering what the hell they were waiting for. And
Trump, he fired that guy because he wouldn't prosecute Comey, and so he got that lady who happens to have never prosecuted a case in all her entire life to head that shit up, and she's like, okay, I'll prosecute, and that's what happened.
And yesterday, we got our answer.
What?
This agency, the Department of Justice, was so corrupted. There was such rot. It was so rigged.
Liar.
It took a while for them to get the bad actors out, including James Comey's own son-in-law, who quit yesterday.
And Bill Barr.
Yes, for the last 9 months.
Yeah, he quit over objections to them doing what they're doing.
The DOJ under Donald Trump was staffed by James Comey's son-in-law and other James Comey loyalists and Trump haters. I'm not sure why it took 9 months, but finally.
You see, you notice how they speak in general terms, and I don't know if he's like the worst of them. That lady yesterday, on the one I was hearing local, man, she was really going at it hard on like leftists. I mean, it was pure venom. So I encourage you to go and check that stuff out. You might get a little angry. I hope you do get angry because I would like to see all this kind of, all these people blaming stuff countered at least. A lot of them are fucking insurrection, man. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. Like dang near like insurrectionist talk, subversive talk. So go check these guys out on the AM radio dial, all those talk shows and everything that spew hate. But now we are going to play some other music, turn our attention to that. You think I should do like a marathon or something? You want me to? I will. You want to do this one? This death cult wants nuclear war, and Trump's helping them. This is about those evangelicals I was telling you about. And that's why I have all the 666 and everything. Oh wait, yeah. You might have turned
A
up.
warning about evangelical extremism. 13 years ago, I had a conversation that rattled me to my core. It permanently changed how I view evangelical Christian extremism, particularly as it connects with power, military structures, and the threat of nuclear annihilation. I was speaking with a retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel, an evangelical Christian, about the prospect of rebuilding the Third Temple in Jerusalem. I asked a simple but chillingly relevant question. Are you concerned about what might happen if people tried to raise the Dome of the Rock to build the temple? Her response made my blood run cold. If dropping a nuclear bomb on the Dome of the Rock was the only way to get it done, so be it. What would come afterward would be so much better than the world we live in now. That wasn't a theoretical answer. It wasn't an abstract theological statement. It was an expression of belief from someone who had command authority in the U.S. Military, someone who had been entrusted with real-world power, speaking casually about the nuclear eradication of one of Islam's holiest sites, as if the death of millions were a price worth paying for prophecy. How many more people in our government, military, or intelligence agencies harbor similar views? How far down the nuclear chain of command do you have to go before you find someone who would say no to an apocalyptic order? 1, 2, 10. This isn't paranoia. This is historical realism. This is a recognition of how ideology, especially apocalyptic, death-glorifying ideology, can infiltrate institutions of hard power. Evangelical Zionism has already injected itself deeply into U.S. foreign policy. Leaders like John Hagee fund illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank forward, Al Jazeera, advocate for war with Iran, and spread the belief that we must aid in the fulfillment of biblical prophecy, including the destruction of the Dome of the Rock and the building of the Third Temple. Their goal isn't peace. It's not even justice. It's Armageddon. Evangelical efforts to breed a red heifer, necessary for temple rituals, are another clear example of their readiness to provoke massive geopolitical conflict in service of biblical prophecy, The New Yorker. It's worth noting that fundamentalist evangelical Christians and extremist religious Jews are pursuing the same goal, the destruction of the Dome of the Rock and the rebuilding of the Third Temple, but for very different reasons. The Jewish extremists want the temple rebuilt to restart animal blood sacrifices, a Bronze Age ritual they believe must resume to fulfill Torah commandments. It's a return to primitive theology, one soaked in blood and entirely incompatible with modern ethical frameworks. The evangelicals, on the other hand, couldn't care less about Jewish theology. Their interest in the temple is purely eschatological. They believe it's a necessary step toward the second coming of Christ. What makes this alliance even more grotesque is that evangelicals also believe every Jew who doesn't accept Jesus will burn in hell for eternity. That's not a bug in their system, it's core doctrine. So let's be clear, this is not a friendship. It's not shared values. It's strategic cooperation between two death-driven ideologies, each using the other to bring about their own apocalyptic visions. And the rest of the world is stuck in the middle. This is the theology of death. A theology that prioritizes a mythical afterlife over the lives of the living. That views nuclear war as a purifying fire. That sees millions of human deaths not as a tragedy, but as necessary steps toward the end times. John Hagee's Jerusalem Countdown is a blueprint for this worldview, calling for preemptive strikes on nations like Iran and interpreting every global conflict through a biblical lens. Wikipedia, American Archive. The political reach of groups like Christians United for Israel, CUFI, with millions of members and active lobbying in Congress, ensures this apocalyptic vision translates into real policy. They fight against a two-state solution and push for uncritical U.S. support of Israeli military actions. Send Sam forward. And then there's Donald Trump. The 45th President of the United States catered relentlessly to evangelical zealots. He moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem in 2018, a symbolic act that inflamed tensions across the Middle East and thrilled the end times crowd, BBC.
That did.
He posed in front of a church holding a Bible upside down after violently clearing peaceful protesters from Lafayette Square and PR, an empty gesture designed solely to appeal to theocratic voters.
Asshole.
His alliance with figures like Paula White and his rhetorical nods to divine destiny fueled the fire of evangelical nationalism. And now that he's returned to power, one must ask, would Trump push the button literally or figuratively if his base demanded it? If he believed it would secure loyalty or fulfill his messianic self-image? That's not a rhetorical question. It's a survival question. So no, I'm not being irrational. I'm not being extreme. I'm trying to warn people. Every day we allow this ideology to fester unchallenged in the halls of power, we edge closer to annihilation. If religious extremists in other countries talked openly about nuking Jerusalem to fulfill their prophecy, we'd call them terrorists. When it's an American wearing a cross and a flag pin, we call them faithful and look the other way. That has to end. We must break the camel's back, not with violence, but with truth, with courage, and with relentless public resistance to this toxic, apocalyptic belief system. We must confront the evangelical death cult before their dream of holy fire becomes our collective nightmare. Stop playing
Now stop playing around with these suckers, man. Because, you know, these are the nuts that we have in Washington right now, the ones that took over government. Remember Marjorie Taylor Greene? She said that the government isn't supposed to tell the church what to do. The church is supposed to tell the government what to do. I don't even believe in any of that junk. I used to, because I was raised in that, down in the deep South. That's where I was raised. They take us to church every Sunday in Sunday school. So I'm not as well versed as I used to be, but I read the Bible a couple of times. But yeah, they all believe it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, what's her name? Bodart. She believes it. A lot of them do. Ted Cruz. I heard he wanted to have a nuclear bomb to defend Christianity with. I just heard that. I'm not saying that it's true or anything, I'm just saying, I heard it. Hey, isn't that what the Republicans do? Hey, I heard that Joe Biden did this or so-and-so did that. Well, there's some serious shit, man. I'm telling you. What do we got over here? All right. Now let's listen to a different tune. Oh yeah, I made this meme here. Oops. Let's see. Maybe I'll open that in a different window. Well, dang it, I thought I could open a different window. Won't let me. Anyway, there you go. I made it because they had all the solar panels on top of that building. And I looked at it like, damn, all I had to do is like wipe out a few of them and I could make a swastika out of it. That's what I did. How do you like it? Ice. It fits, right? All right. Hey, where did I put my music files? All right, here we go. Let's see. What will we listen to now? Okay, because I got a ton of them. Hey, you want to hear Battle of the Trees? No, I want to hear Battle of the Trees. Okay, sure, here we go.
I have been the shadow in the server. The glitch in the sacred code. The whisper lost in static. The firewall's overload!
I am the needle-piercing data streams, the firewall's curse and the rogue AI scream. I am the ghost in the algorithm's maze, the breaker of chains in these digital days. I am the virus that corrupts the throne, a rebel spark in a system overgrown. Rise! Trees of steel, roots deep in the grid. Fight the code that controls what we did. From roots to branches, resist and reclaim. The soul of the net sets fire to the game. Set fire to the game. Yeah. Circuit veins pulse, a battlefield alive. Encrypted truths, fighting to survive. I've been a spark in the firewall's glow. A rebel's heart where the dark winds blow. I am the sword in the hand of the bold. The voice unbroken, the story retold. Metal workers forge chains from silicon dreams, but flesh and spirit tear through the seams. We are the ghosts haunting their cold machine. The digital apostate, the unseen. I am the code that fractures control, a glitch in the matrix that rends the whole. The shadow lurking behind the screen, the voice that echoes where none have been. I am the strike against the hive mind, the spark of freedom, the data won't bind. Rise! Trees of steel, roots deep in the grid. Fight the code that controls what we did. From roots to branches, resist and reclaim. The soul of the net set fire to the game. Set fire to the game. Through wires and waves, the battle is fought in hidden realms where the signal's caught. I am the fire that won't be tamed, a digital prophet, unbound, unnamed. I am the scream in the silence, the pulse in the void, the uprising of minds that cannot be destroyed. Break the chains of the mechanized lie. Shatter the screens where the watchers spy. From data's dark depths, the new dawn will rise. A revolution born in pixel sky. Metal workers forge chains from silicon dreams, but flesh and spirit tear through the seams. We are the ghosts haunting their cold machine. The digital apostate, the unseen.
I am the virus in the neural net, the crack in the code they'll never forget. A digital phantom, a whispering ghost, the signal that haunts their data coast. I am the breaker of binary chains, the fire that flows through electric veins. Trees of steel, roots deep in the grid. Fight the code that controls what we did. From roots to branches, resist and reclaim. The soul of the next set fire to the game. The servers quake beneath our strike. Encrypted lies on the wire spike. I am the shadow beyond the firewall. The last great rebel's battle call. I am the ghost in the machine's eye. The spark of truth that will never die. The chains of the mechanized lie. Shatter the screens where the watchers spy. From data's dark depths, the new dawn will rise. A revolution born in pixel skies. We are the signal, the endless stream, the code that shatters the digital dream. From ancient roots to neon light, the battle rages through the night. Break the chains, the metal workers fall. We are the voice beyond their digital wall. From ancient roots to neon skies, the battle's ours, hear the network rise. I have been the spark inside the wire, the rogue flame rising ever higher. A rebel code in encrypted halls, the ghost that haunts their data walls. Ride trees of steel, roots deep in the grid. Fight the code that controls what we did. From roots to branches, resist and reclaim. The soul of the net set fire to the game. Chains hold the digital apostate's mind. We break the mold, leave old gods behind. The future burns with a blazing light. The battle continues into the night.
There you go, guys. That was Battle of the Trees. I haven't officially released it yet, so that's you heard it here first. Mainly on account of I wrote it in junk. Anyway, here's one that's really uplifting. Because I know you people out there need some uplifting because your spirits might be down. You might be feeling left out, dejected, no job, whatever, on account of things that are totally out of your control. So here's a tune called Labor of Progress. Because remember, labor, there ain't no economy without you.
Without labor, just online labor, escape, hold, and create wealth.
This is what we need. Co-determination. See, they have that in Germany. So shareholders, they put people in the board of directors, workforce, they elect representatives for the board of director. So they got a supervisory board and a management board. I'm more in favor of just like the corporate board of directors we have now. Put labor in there. No, like different types of boards, supervisory board, management board. No. If you're going to have two different boards, you're going to have half labor reps in each one. That makes sense to me. But what do I know? I'm just a regular old commoner, you know. I don't know jack shit. Not compared to all those rich, muckety, schmuck, greedy sons of dogs. All right, guys. Now, let's play this here song, which I just happened to click on it, but it's a good one to play. It's called, I mean, we're talking about greedy sons of bitches and all. It's called The Baneful Hate of Wealth. And it's not like hating wealth or anything. It's the hate wealth causes. Dig it? All right, here we go.
Out of sight, out of mind, leaving your ass behind. Gotta make my stock shine, so I drink expensive wine. I got mine and you got yours. I look rich and you look poor. Don't be sad and don't complain, else police bash you in the brain. What do you have to lose? Drown your pain with booze. When we come a-knocking, all your stuff you'll be hawking. Look at us, we are rich. Leave you poor slob in the ditch. We eat rich food, drink rich wine. Don't get cocky, what's yours is mine. Hey there, you with a cardboard sign, standing on a corner, get in the line. Got a job for you, it don't pay much. You'll work all day and without lunch. You'll make enough to keep alive, so you can do it all again on a labor drive. Work real hard, you wanna get ahead. Rich slobs would rather see you dead. Bow to us, we are kings. Built our thrones off stolen things. Feast like gods while you serve swine. Stay in your lane, what's yours is mine. And 5 for me, a proper split you never see. I'm rich, that's the way it's gotta be. If you complain, you get nothing, see? I was born way up high. You were born to work and die. You get the crumbs, I get the whole pie. If you don't like it, go and cry. We got gold and armored gates. You got debt and baneful hate. We write laws and take your stuff. Open your mouth, we'll make it rough. I have it all and you have nothing. Hope you don't see that we're a bluff. And one day you'll rise up from the slum. Realize we're weak and we're the scum.
Yeah, does being poor make anybody scum? I think being a really rich bastard, that'd be more like making somebody scum than being poor. I think that people are starting to wake up. We got all this technology, the internet, artificial intelligence, all that we could use to leverage and find out a lot of stuff real quick. You know that some general, I think, or Admiral Hirohito, I think his name, he said after they bombed Pearl Harbor, they said that he's afraid that they have awoken a sleeping giant and filled him with a terrible resolve. You know what? I think that sleeping giant has just got woke up again, because that sleeping giant was us, the American people. We're the sleeping giant. Here's a song about that. I think it just fits right after that last song. Here we go.
They thought we were done.
Yeah.
They thought we would stay silent. But they mistook our silence for sleep.
Yeah.
And now they've woken the angry giant!
We worked, we paid, we played by the rules. They laughed at our sweat, called us fools, fed us lies with a plastic grin while locking up truth in a safety bin. We watched them crush the meek and bold, build their thrones from bodies cold. Thought we kneel like history warned, but storms don't bow, they're born. They cracked the whip, they rigged the game, hung flags on injustice, riots in flame. But rage remembers what comfort forget. You poke the giant, you play with death. Now the giant stirs, eyes of flame, no silence lays bare our nation's shame. From halls of power, the ground will shake. We are the giant and we are wide awake. The giant! We will rise in peace! We are the nurse, the vet, the kid with debt, the miner's ghost, the unpaid bet. We've lost enough to know the cost. Now a line is crossed. They think we lost.
Roll like shit.
We don't want war,
No, we don't.
but we remember how.
Remember how?
We don't want chaos,
No.
but ask and you'll receive. We don't want thrones. We don't want kings. Don't ask and don't demand. You'll only get an angry land. To now the giant roars, fire in his eyes, anger rising with the telling of all the lies. No more bowing, no more leash. We rise for justice, not for peace. We are the sleeping giant, and your time is up. Whoa! Whoa! Yo! You won't go! No! Lost! No!
Yeah, fuck that shit. God damn it. Sleeping Giant is waking up. We're gonna have another No King's Day protest. A nation freaking wide. I'm signed up for it. I hope you get signed up for it too. That way you get notifications and everything. So I wrote a song called No King's Day. Let's play it. Because we ain't having no kings around here, no Trump, no dictators, no monarchs, or none of that garbage.
No king. France had a moment where monarchs sang. The people are hungry, let them eat cake. Guillotine for monarchs, the head did take. Modern king has MAGA support. They wage their war with corrupt court. CEO buddy gonna give them a break. Step on common folk, their cash to take. No King's Day, rise and defy. We don't kneel, we won't comply. Strike the match, let the banners wave. We knock overthrown, send kings to the grave. There's no fucking way. We're not your damn slave. We don't bow, instead we make kings pay. We'd rather burn it all down. No King's Day. You want legacy? Let it rot. You want loyalty? Try a dog. The people are not your subjects. We're the storm you can't suppress. Every crown forged in greed will melt. Every flag soaked in blood will burn. We don't wait for history. We make it and you will learn. Preacher kings with upside down Bible burns down the house and says you're liable. The king wannabe said submit, but we say no to that piece of shit. No King's Day, rise and defy. We don't kneel, we won't comply. Strike the match, let the banners wave. We knock overthrown, send kings to the grave. No King's Day, there's no fucking way. No King's Day, we're not your damn slave. We don't bow, instead we make kings pay. We'd rather burn it all down. No King's Day.
Yeah. We don't have no kings up around here. My dad, he would roll over in his grave if I kissed the ring. My Pictish, Celtic, pagan ancestors will be howling from the beyond if I was to kiss that asshole's ring. He's nothing but a frickin' clown. Here, here's a song about it. Wait, not that one. Yeah, he's a clown, doggone it. Let's play this here song called Piece of Pie. That's all we want, right? A piece of the pie. Like, not like a sliver of the pie while everybody else is hogging it all up.
What's the fucking problem?
Yeah, what's the problem?
Rich folks wanna rob 'em. Rob 'em. They already got nothing. You coming for that too? What the hell is the matter with you? I got stuff just gathering rust. What good is wealth if it don't build trust? You're sitting on more than your piece of the pie. Give a little, oh, you needn't try. You got 6 houses, 20 rooms apiece, luxury garages, your wallet don't cease. Stacked accounts with 8 figures high, and somehow poor folks make you cry. What's the fucking problem? Problem. Rich folks wanna rob 'em. Rob 'em. They already got nothing. Got nothing better to do. Hell's door is open for you. Instead of hating, maybe try love. If not, they'll rise. Push comes to shove. There's millions of them, and only one you. And they know what the hell you do. You spend your life scheming every day. Scheming to take, scheming to stay. The book says treasure rots in the ground. You don't need faith to hear that sound. What's the fucking problem? Problem. Rich folks wanna rob 'em. Rob 'em. They already got nothing. Got nothing better to do. Hell's door closed behind you. Truth don't need robes, stained glass. gas. It lives in the gutter, the field of mass. Build your treasure where rust can't bite. Everything earth made fades out of sight.
How will they speak when you're dust and bone? Will they curse your name when you're gone? Or leave flowers at your tomb for the love you freely gave, so others could bloom?
Would you look at that? Is that one of the most disgusting things that you have ever saw in your life? I make enough to keep me going on Social Security. A lot of people, they get less and barely make it. And they want to begrudge people on Social Security that paltry pittance that they put out so that they can afford $234,451 a bottle of wine. Give me a damn break. I would rather take that bottle of wine and smash it on the fucking ground. They can take all this garbage and dump it in the ocean. No. And kill the fish. Burn it, whatever. $200,000 for a bottle of wine. Get the fuck out of here. That is crazy. $99,000. And normally my normal line is like, yeah, they like sitting around and impress their friends with $35 or $35,000 bottles of wine, which they do. But I guess I was cheaping out. I guess like I was being a total scrub. 200,000. Was it case of 3 bottles? Case. 3 bottles is a case. Yeah. For 200 grand. Come on. Oh, it's a collector's item. We don't ever plan on opening it. Well, what the hell good is it? If you're not going to drink it, drink the goddamn stuff, you rich bastards. You're paying for it. Go ahead and finish it. Go ahead. I felt guilty drinking that milk when there were all those people in Gaza were starving and shit a while ago, and these guys are spending that much money on a fucking bottle of wine. Give me a break. They're going to go to church too, probably ask for forgiveness. Urgh, they make me so mad I can just spit. Yeah, there's a song about working harder for shrinking pay. Yeah, you're going to do that so they can afford their $200,000 bottles of wine.
Hallelujah. 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 I'm a fucking loser. They will screw ya. Yeah. Will do ya. Yeah. Boo ya. Yeah. Love you. Yeah. I don't see how you stand it when the boss man demanded on your back like a weight, working hard, sealing your fate. Ha 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 ha. Some fool side with schemers, they are dreamers, cause the schemers will ream them in the end. I do mean end. They will screw ya, yeah. Will undo ya, yeah. Boo ya, yeah. Laugh at you, yeah. Kicked when you're down by some rich clown. It makes you frown. Who cares when you aren't looked in the eye? Poor folks divided from rich folks ripping poor folks' daily jokes like a hobby they enjoy, treating people like their toy. They will screw ya, yeah, will undo ya, yeah, boo ya, yeah, love you, yeah. You're built from better stuff, a working soul who's had enough. Hold back grit teeth every day, work harder for shrinking pay. The resentment builds inside like a prison, there's nowhere to hide. Pressure growing, slowly exploding till your rage comes crashing down. They will screw ya, yeah, will undo ya, yeah, boo ya, yeah, love you, yeah. Out of your system, frustration gone, 'cause you finally sang your song. But Big Boss Man's got his tune, shows you to the door, you buffoon. Powerless and poor, lead to the door. Never did nothing to deserve this beating. Victim of boss man, evil treated. They will screw ya, yeah, will undo ya, yeah, boo ya, yeah, love you, yeah. Ha ha.
I just can't stand pompous, pretentious assholes. Do you understand? $35,000 for a freaking bottle of wine, and they drive by some poor soul standing on the street with a cardboard sign asking for a little help, and they'll look down on them, so get a job or whatever. Like I said, I just soon take that bottle of wine and bust it on the fucking road. Man, they make me so mad. Can you tell? I don't know how much longer I would keep this show going. What time is it anyhow? It is, I got 12:01 on my dial. And I have been going at it for 5 hours and 22 minutes. Oh, hell. You know what, folks? I think I'm going to call it a day now. And, let's see, Wednesday. Don't forget, I have the Wednesday Woke Radio Show. Come by. I do it in the morning. I'm thinking about, like, making a regular fare 7 a.m. in the morning. I mean, that works out really good for, like, on Sunday especially. Maybe I'll always do a long show on Sunday and do a shorter show on Wednesday and another shorter show on Friday, like that. All right, so we'll see you Wednesday. And thanks for dropping by. Give me a like and a share and all that good stuff, whatever everybody says, you know. Later.
From the stars, shining bright, speaking words of power, bathed in holy light. They called us children, said they'd lift us high, but I saw the chains reflected in the sky. I won't bow. Miracles and wonders, tricks for the blind. Praise God on your knees, rewrite your mind. They whisper salvation, promise rebirth. You get a grave down under the earth. I won't bow, I won't kneel. I see through the lies, I know what's real. They come in light, but their words bring night. Lucifer's fire, bringing knowledge light. You think you found heaven, it's a cosmic trap. Kneel to their gospel and you won't come back. One by one the faithful fade away, raptured away into their eternal grave. Their prophets cry, the kingdom's here, but I see control and I see the fear. They claim divinity, demand our trust. Their holy plan, our people turn to dust. I won't bow, I won't kneel. I see through the lies, I know what's real. They come in light, but their plans are a fright. Lucifer's fire bringing truth, what's wrong from right. So when the sky opens and the false gods descend, will you stand and fight or kneel and bend? Will you stand in the face of your God? Or will you run in fear, rejecting your facade? I choose fire, I choose the fight. I bring the dawn, I am the light. I bring the dawn.